Shalom, shalom. It's 10 o'clock Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. We back out here again, chasing that bag. Recording for the sake of protection and accountability, but also to capture whatever moment may be experienced. As you know, this is people got something to say about everything. So I send everyone a message that this is being recorded so that there is no misunderstanding and I can't get charged with wiretapping. But here we go. I'm about to go pick up right now. I'm in Bayonne, just crossing Route 440. Yeah, see. Uh, we'll see what happens. That aside, I hope you all had a great day and that you didn't work too hard and give up more of your energy than you should have. Then pick up Roberto. I hate the way everything says his name. It says Roberto. 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 The fuck? Pick up Roberto. I'm well. How are you? Cuarenta y cuatro. Vaya. Turn right on anyway. Just ahead, proceed straight on East 32nd Street using the right lane. Proceed straight on East 32nd Street. Turn right on Avenue.
mile, turn left on East 44th Street. Turn left on East 44th Street. Turn left on East 44th Street. Just ahead, drop off Roberto. Drop off Roberto.
Dime cuándo paro. Aquí está bien. A la hora. Pase buenas noches.
Igualmente. Está frío.
Claro que sí. Y más frío va a estar.
Hoy en la mañana iba a agarrar el bus.
No.
Ya regresé.
De verdad.
Sí. Ya iba yo allá, la avenida B.
Ajá.
Y tenía que estar esperando a su media hora.
Mm,
Yo le llamo a donde yo trabajo el dueño.
mm,
Digo, ven a traerme si quieres que trabajes. No, no voy.
mm,
Y en 2 minutos vino a traerme.
Claro que sí.
Muchísimas gracias.
A la orden. Buenas noches. All right. It is what it is. We have oh my God, that sounds terrible. Anyway, we out here again, right? A lot of shit has happened in the last 2 days. Um, I'm not really keeping up with what's happening globally, but for sure here in the United States, some shit been going down. Like, as I understand, Trump signed an executive order to identify and recognize officially two genders. I was talking about this yesterday, but the shit's making noise. Um, and what's sad is that it's making more noise than the executive order he um, signed into, whatever he signed them into, about, you know, air quotes, women, birth control shit. You already know. Bitches is up at arms, up in arms, up at arms. You know what I mean? So, and they're suing him about the birthright in regards to immigrants being born in the United States. Anyway, a whole lot of shit is going on behind all those goddamn orders he signed yesterday. And I don't know. I don't see what the big deal is. Not me personally, right? But I think they need to rethink the whole deportation en masse, because some people have been here, productive members of this community, any community. And we need to take certain things into account, like how long they've been here. Are they productive? Now, I'm not saying that we just leave them. I am saying that we consider their productivity, their contributions to society. Unfortunately, it's terrible, but unfortunately, just because you have a child born here does not automatically give you citizenship, even if it gives your children citizenship. Listen to the word citizen ship. Anyway, that's another topic. Check out Jordan Maxwell. I'll explain all that law of water. It bugs me up. The birthright issue and women's reproductive health issues. But the whole officially recognizing two genders, I'm not at all disturbed by that. I think that that's right, because there are only two genders, and I don't really give a fuck how you feel. That shit is confusing the children. Child is a boy, he's a boy, and a child is a girl, and you shouldn't try to influence them in either direction, because if he was born naturally with male reproductive organs, then he's a male. Female reproductive organs, it's a female. All that other shit that y'all came up with to fuck society up, that's out the window, at least for the next 4 years. We'll know for sure that the next president will be a weirdo if he changes that back, right? And I think that anyone, all of you, anybody who believes that there are more than two genders, you're a fucking weirdo. Something's wrong with you. Not like something's definitely wrong with you. You're either spiritually or mentally ill. Let me rephrase. You're either spiritually bankrupt or mentally ill, or both. Something's definitely wrong with you. Again, love is love, right? I get that. That bullshit love that's all chemical and emotional and has nothing to do with what real love is. Because love is obligation. Love is loyalty. Anyway, but that other shit that y'all feel for each other, lust and all that other shit, man wanting to sleep with man, woman wanting to sleep with woman, that shit is nasty. That shit is nasty. I mean, I know a lot of you people are different, but a lot don't. Fucking weirdos. Fucking weirdos. Anyway, picking up right now, so I'm gonna have to hit you with dead air again because we don't know what this person is going to be wanting to discuss. So I'm just gonna be quiet for a minute till I drop this person off. It's about a 15-minute ride. I know that's a long time to be silent, but here we go. Hello, how are you? Hello.
Head to your drop off at Target. Turn right on Avenue C, then turn right on West 53rd Street. Using the right lane, turn right on West 53rd Street. Then a quarter mile enter the roundabout and take the second exit onto Port Jersey Boulevard. Enter the roundabout and take second exit onto Port Jersey Boulevard. Using the right lane, exit onto Port Jersey Boulevard. Then keep right. Using the right drainage, keep right for 9 centimeters. right on Jersey Avenue. Then keep left on Manila Avenue. Corner mile, turn left on Washington Boulevard. Turn left on Washington Boulevard. Turn left on 14th Street. Turn left on 14th Street, then turn right. Turn right. Turn
Front
right.
door is good. Or you want to go somewhere else? This one? You're welcome. Have a good night. You're welcome. Thank you. I ain't mean to play that goddamn last song. So I mean, I had in Hoboken. That's always fun.
Quarter mile, turn right on Pleasant Place. Turn right on Hudson Place, then pick up right on the right.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, how are you?
Good have yourself.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Just ahead, turn left on 2nd Street. Turn left on 2nd Street, then turn right on Washington Street. Turn right on Washington Street. Turn right on Washington Street. Quarter mile, turn left onto Main Street. Turn left onto Main Street.
Got a stop sign, buddy.
Just ahead, turn left on Willow Avenue. Turn left on Willow Avenue, then drop off Bryant.
Okay. Have a good night. You as well.
Head to your pickup on Washington Street.
We out here. Gonna need ideas how to do. Like, here's the plan. Here's the plan with what I want to do as far as the channel. Right? Got to start somewhere, right? Nice. So this is part of that somewhere. Although this is for protection and accountability while we're on the road, and there could be some content that we create. It's Jersey. People say wild shit.
Thumbs up.
People be saying some wild shit. So
In a
I might
quarter mile,
capture
turn
that.
left on I'll be headed to Jersey City smiley face.
Um, but the intent is to, have conversations. Exchange ideas. Just talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about without fear, without worrying about being canceled and worried about people's fucking emotional state. Like, you get offended, right? Why is your offense my problem or anyone else's problem? You don't like it? Just leave, right? I don't think that I should trim my ways for you. Anyway,
Turn left on Fifth
I
Street.
don't think that anyone should not be himself for your sake. I think that everyone should be able to express themselves freely, right? And if you're offended by what they're saying, that sounds like a you problem. Why should they change
Just
it because
then
it
turn left
offends
on
you?
Washington Street.
Right? Let me rephrase that. Why should they change their speech if it offends you? Right? Because who the fuck are you? Anybody? Who are you that anyone else should just stop being themselves to protect your feelings? Fuck your feelings. Clearly, mommy and daddy didn't hug you enough
Turn left on Washington Street.
and give you, some sense of security and protection. Because if you need people to pussyfoot around you to feel better, then you're a weakling, a ninny, a sissy. Especially if you're a male, you are all weak
Pick
and
up Daniela.
emotional. And I don't mean that you don't have emotions. All men have emotions. I mean, you get butthurt if somebody says something and you don't like it, and oh my God, your whole world is coming to a fucking halt. Grow the fuck up. Grow there. And women, I can dig it, but I don't like it. Anyway, picking up silence. Hello, how are you?
Head to your drop off at 96 Bleecker Street. left on 14th Street using the left lane.
What's wrong with you? You're entitled dad. Click.
Turn left on 14th Street. Turn left on Manhattan Avenue. Turn left on Manhattan Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right on Patterson Pike Road using the right lane. Turn right on Patterson Pike Road. Sharp left turn on Central Avenue. Take sharp left turn on Central Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Irving Street. Turn right on Irving Street. Just ahead, turn left on John F. Kennedy Boulevard. Turn left on John F. Kennedy Boulevard. In a quarter mile, turn left on Bleecker Street. Turn left on then drop off Daniela. Drop off Daniela. Drop off Daniela.
apologize. I can't see any of the numbers.
It's okay. It's really dark.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. Have a good night.
to your pickup at 259 New York Avenue. Turn right on Central Avenue, then turn left on South Street. Just ahead, turn right on New York Avenue. Turn right on New York Avenue. Just ahead, pick up Alonzo on the right. Pick up Alonzo on the right.
Buckle up. My bad. You can back it up.
Head to your drop off at SoFi Meadowlands.
on, man.
Yes.
Please
Turn
use
left
your
on Griffith
seatbelt
Street,
for your
then
safety.
turn left on Housing Avenue. Turn left on Palisade Avenue.
Tiếp với mình ngủ. Tiếp với mình ngủ. Thế nào mình sẽ ăn cái gì?
In a quarter mile, turn left on Patterson Plank Road. Turn left on Patterson Plank Road.
Cao su.
In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn on 5th Street. Right left turn on 5th Street. In a quarter mile, turn right onto No Avenue. Turn right onto No Avenue. In 1 mile, keep left on State Route 3. Keep left on State Route 3. mile speed right toward New Jersey 120 North. Left toward County Highway 503 North Washington Avenue, Not. Mile make a slight right turn toward Patterson Lake Road using the right two lanes. Proceed straight on Washington Avenue. In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn. Make a slight right turn. Just ahead, turn left onto Light Court. Turn left onto Light Court. In a quarter mile, turn left to stay on Veterans Boulevard.
punto que nos pasó, pero después, le arranqué mi coche.
Turn left to stay on Veterans Boulevard. In a quarter mile, turn left on Palmer Terrace. Turn left on Palmer Terrace. Then turn left. Turn left, then drop off Alonzo. Drop off Alonzo.
This place right here. Where's your door? Here, good. You're welcome. Good night. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Good night. Carlsbad. So, people, anybody listen? We are out here ride sharing, recording for the sake of recording. Not that I got any content to create. But for the sake of protection and accountability, now, every now and again, we have a great conversation. I figured I should be able to get that on, audio, more so audio. 'Cause all you see is the road, really, right? But now I want to eventually start podcasting, and I'm gonna need ideas. The plan is to
Head to your pickup at 46 Whalen Road.
dialogue with people, but
Just
that's
turn
going to be
right to stay
difficult
on Veterans Boulevard.
because most people, a lot of people, aren't willing to have the real conversations. They scared to death, like gender, right? Most people are too chicken shit to tell a man that he's not a
Turn
fucking
right to
woman.
stay on Veterans Boulevard.
I gotta keep talking about that because that's what's in, that's what's trending, that's what's prevalent. Um, people are too chicken shit to tell the truth anymore. They'd rather turn a blind eye. And remember that all evil needs
Just ahead, turn right on
to
Washington Avenue.
succeed, for lack of a better word, or all evil needs to be effective, is for good people to do
Turn right
nothing.
on Washington Avenue.
And if you do nothing, you ain't worth a damn. At least in my estimation, right? Because what good are you if you can't stand for what's right? If you can't stand for what's right, you'll fall for anything. And that sounded retarded, by the way, to me. So what do we do? Do we continue living our lives as if nothing is really happening?
Road using the right lane.
Or do we continue to fight the good fight and allow the people who aren't fighting to live their lives? Just live your life, right? And then when the shit hits the fan, um, and they come for you, hope that there'll be people left to help you.
Right onto Patterson Plank Road. Do not consent to being on my street. Please cancel so I can get by. Thank you.
I will cancel after I arrive and run down the clock as the message says. Period. Or you can cancel before them and not be charged.
Turn left on Patterson Plank Road, then turn right on Patterson Plank Road.
And for the record, the camera is facing, there you go.
Highway 55.
But as you can see, it's not much happening. The last person is like, I don't want to be live streamed. I don't give a shit. Can't get in this vehicle because I don't trust you. And like I said, if for no other reason, just for the protection and accountability option of live streaming, this is worth it. And
In a quarter mile, turn left on Hackensack Street.
as long as I inform you, nothing you can do. You can cancel. That's the most you can do. But every ride is being recorded. It is what it is. Don't like it? Go fuck yourself. Oh my God.
Turn left on Hackensack Street.
I don't know why anybody wouldn't want to be recorded in Uber. This shit dangerous for both the Uber driver and rider. You don't know, and I don't know, right? Shit can get ugly. It can go left real fast. This is America. Well, actually, it's the United States, but you get the point. Come on, Mr. Bus. What the fuck?
Just ahead. Pick up Roger. Pick up Roger.
So TikTok was banned for all of the day. As soon as Trump came in office, he reinstated it. It's amazing that they can undo each other's shit like that. Which leads me to believe that as soon as Trump leaves office, they're going to reverse all the shit that he does, even if it's beneficial to the American people, especially if it's beneficial to the American people. That's why the next 4 years, I'm going to get as much money as I can because I know there ain't no money under the Democrats, not for free and independent. Shit, crazy. Come on, Roger, you fucking around. Hello, how are you?
What's the name?
Roger.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what I'm gonna need you to do is check the information on the vehicle to make sure you're in the right vehicle, right plate, and right driver. Because you could be anybody, right? You would have to tell me the name, and I already told you who it is. So
This is here.
tell me the name.
Um,
There's no name. You don't see a name for me.
it's someone else getting me the Uber. That's why I'm calling him right now.
Okay. Tell you what. Tell me the address you're going to.
It's the Cliff Tavern in Clifton.
Is that on Loretta Street?
Huh?
Is that on Loretta Street?
No.
It's not on Loretta?
I don't know. Let me see.
The address I have here is 16 Loretta.
For your safety.
Oh, that's his house.
16 Loretta? But that's the address.
No, we're going to the Cliff.
Okay. Yeah, he has to fix that so I know where I'm going.
You can check the address. No, it's so far back now.
Your call has been forwarded to
iPhone? No, ma'am.
Head to your drop-off at 16 Loretta Street.
Take your time.
Where are you? Huh? What do you mean? Where are you? So why did you send it over to your house? Huh? You have to fix it on your app. And what's the name of the driver?
Head to your drop-off at the Cliff Tavern.
Yeah, very fine. Sorry, dumbass. I'm glad you actually said something.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm like, wait, that's his house. Not the Cliff.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many times.
I appreciate you.
Now turn right on East Erie Avenue.
You for the rest driver. They don't want it here now. I think somebody is trying to go drop off, pick up.
Right, but it's become problematic. Have you
No,
run into?
yeah, I know.
Have you seen the PIN system yet?
Yeah, I know.
Right, that's to confirm.
Yeah.
Right, because most people aren't checking, and human trafficking is a very
Turn
real
right on
thing.
East Erie Avenue.
And as I understand, they're using Uber a lot.
No way.
That's why they've instituted the PIN system and have instructed, drivers to stay on course. So if I was to deviate
Just
from
head
this
into the
path,
roundabout and take the first exit on
if I
East
take
Erie
too
Avenue.
many turns outside of the route that they're giving me, they'd alert you. Give you a call, make sure that you're okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Head to the roundabout and take the first exit
it's
onto West
insane.
Erie Avenue.
Wow. I'm glad I have you then.
Yes, ma'am. So always when you get in the car,
I always check the name or say the name, but this is not my Uber, so
this is wrong. Let's go this
yeah.
way.
Just ahead, turn right on Chestnut Street.
And always check to make sure that before you get in the vehicle that it matches
Turn right on Chestnut
all
Street.
of the information that you have.
Union Avenue.
If something's off, don't get in. The driver has to match, the plate has to match, the make, model, and year of the vehicle have to match.
Turn left on Union Avenue.
It's an ugly world.
Oh, it's good to have a camera.
Yes, ma'am. And even though I keep it facing forward so that no one is on camera, I can flip it if I have to. And it's as opposed to recording and having to upload, it's live streaming.
That's good.
Yeah.
Better.
Absolutely. That way, there is absolutely no misunderstanding. We are both held accountable, and we're both protected.
I wish everybody was like you.
Well, I've experienced some things, so an experience is a hard teacher.
But that's good. Sometimes we need to look at something like
Absolutely.
gives us thicker skin.
Hmm.
In a quarter mile, keep right onto State Route 21.
Being Jersey born and bred, we're born with pretty thick skin to begin with.
We are.
But there's always a surprise somewhere.
Keep right onto State Route 21. Then take right exit 11A onto River Drive.
This was not it. It's River Drive.
I think you can go this route too.
Yeah, it's River Drive. It's just one exit ahead. Like that. That turn, this mistake, if I was to do one more, they'd alert your phone
In a
right
quarter
away.
mile, turn left on Paulson Avenue.
It's insane. And then if you don't respond, law enforcement is alerted and the car is followed and pulled over. Yeah, they take it very serious.
Turn left on Paulson Avenue. Turn right on Clifton Avenue. Just ahead, drop off Broad. Drop off Roger.
This place right here on the right. Okay, man. Have a good night. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'll pull off as soon as you get in.
They were all dying. Crazy in the 80s and 90s. And they were all getting AZT. Maybe. Yeah. Well, the ones that were getting AZT, even the ones that were asymptomatic, like Matt Johnson, they were giving Matt Johnson. That's not taking. It's even RFK. And he's an amazing guy. People think he's crazy. He's not. He's one of the very bad. They say he's an anti-vaxxer. He's not. He's very shrewd. He's never lost a case. But he brings something just I don't think he's ever been. That book is not just him. It's him. Thousands of highly qualified scientists and physicians commenting on the whole situation. Yeah, read it. And if you're right, nobody.
So people say that RFK Jr. is a kook and an anti-vaxxer. I had no idea. A brilliant attorney that has never lost in court, at least that I'm aware of.
Turn left on Madison Avenue.
They say that he's a kook and an anti-vaxxer without any proof. Why is it that in America, and hell, on Earth, you can just say whatever the fuck you want? I mean, lies as far as like I can say whatever I want, but I don't lie.
Right on Harding Avenue.
Not willfully or deliberately or even often. Because I had lied. No, I did not know I ran that red light. No, I did not see the no turn on red sign, and I didn't because I normally don't see those in Jersey. But I'm sure they exist. But yeah, I told little white lies. And there's nothing little about white lies. White lies are huge. So I told little lies. A white lie is no, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. A white lie is Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction.
Just ahead, pick up Giselle on the right.
A white lie is he had a gun and I was afraid for my life. Those are white lies. Oh shit.
Pick up Giselle on the right.
The lie that I tell is just simple. And I don't often do it because I'd rather not lie.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not only do they not film it, their response is to try to ignore it. They don't
I'm listening to Joe Rogan for educational purposes only. Going to comment periodically on what he's saying. So
know, when you do read
Under the Fair Use Act, you can't take this video down.
what is going on, and how is that
Fucking YouTube bastards.
and it seems like the way he talks, it just seems. But first of all, there's so many instances of him lying. There's so many like where he said one thing, 2 years later turns out to be a lie. Said one like whether it is the natural thing, yeah, the mask thing, whether it's the natural spillover, you know, the lies about gain of function to Congress, you know, when he was lying to Rand Paul about whether or not they did gain of function research. Like, how is that not? How is he not? You know, no. Other issues. Well, then the Biden administration is now thinking about taking that guy and giving him a full pardon. So, yeah, fucking crazy. Yeah, they might. Yeah, but Hunter didn't need a pardon. Was he indicted? Well, I mean, he was in trouble for tax evasion. So there's a lot of tax problems. He definitely did some uncool things. And then there's the Burisma thing. But
Message from Giselle.
it starts
Be right
at the
there.
time of him being involved in Burisma. So it's from 2011 all the way to today.
Now we're talking about Hunter, right? His father, one of the proponents of the crime bill that has black and brown people in jail for guns and drugs, gave his own son a pardon for fucking with guns and drugs. Now, it's about tax evasion and policemen and all that other bullshit, but he pardoned him. He would have never pardoned, not Joe Biden. He would have never pardoned anyone black or Hispanic, ever. In fact, let's check that. Let's see if Joe Biden has ever pardoned black or brown people. Has Joe Biden ever pardoned any black or brown people? Well, he pardoned Marcus Garvey. What the fuck? He pardons his siblings and their spouses on his way out. President Joe Biden on Monday pardoned Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, and members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th So let's read this from the Associated Press. Joe Biden pardoned his siblings and their spouses on his way out of the White House, saying Monday that his family had been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, motivated solely by desire to hurt him, me, the worst kind of partisan politics. Quote, unfortunately, I have no reason to believe these attacks will end, he said, as his presidential term was ending. The family pardons with a surprise finale in a series of unprecedented presidential actions by the Democrat, who has been known as an institutionalist during his half-century in politics. Biden also pardoned Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mike Milley, my bad. Mark Milley, members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, and allies who have been targeted by Republican President Donald Trump. He was sworn in on Monday. It was a remarkable use of Biden's presidential power. None of the above has been charged with any crime, and the move is designed to guard against possible retribution by Trump. Why would Trump have to Anyway, Trump during his campaign repeatedly suggested he would seek to use the Justice Department
Now sorry.
to exact retribution against his perceived political foes. His pick for Attorney General Pam Bondi told lawmakers during her confirmation hearing last week that the department would not prosecute anyone for political purposes, but she refused to rule out potential investigations into Trump adversaries, including the special counsel who brought 2 federal criminal cases against Trump that have since been abandoned. Doesn't say they've. Anyway, last month, Biden pardoned his son Hunter for tax and gun crimes, despite his previous pledge not to do so. Biden issued blanket pardons for his brother James and his wife, Sarah, his sister, Valerie, and her husband, John Owens, and his brother Francis. Hello, how are you?
That's your drop off at 5 Lawrence Street. Turn left on Getty Avenue. Just ahead, turn left on Washington Avenue. Turn left on Washington Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Main Avenue. Turn right on Main Avenue. Just ahead, turn left on Piaget Avenue. Turn left on Piaget Avenue. Just ahead, keep right. Keep right. In right onto Garden State Parkway South.
Come on, jackass. Sorry.
In 2 miles, take right exit 148 toward County Highway 509 Bloomfield. Just ahead, make a slight right turn on Kennedy Drive using the right lane. Make a slight right turn on Kennedy Drive. In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on John F. Kennedy Drive south using the left lane. Keep left to stay on John F. Kennedy Drive south. In a quarter mile, turn left on Dodd Street using the left lane. Turn left on Dodd Street. Turn right on Lawrence Street. Just ahead, turn left. Turn left, then drop off Giselle on the right.
Sure. You're welcome. Have a good night. So I left off by quoting Biden in the article by the Associated Press. Here's the remainder of his quote. The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that they, and I guess the they are his siblings and his son, engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense, he said in a statement. The pardons came down just before noon. Biden was already at the Capitol to see Trump inaugurated. House Republicans in June sent a letter to the Justice Department recommending the prosecution of Hunter and James Biden, accusing them of making false statements to Congress as part of a Republican impeachment inquiry. James Biden's lawyer at the time called it a baseless partisan action. James Biden's business dealings were heavily scrutinized by Republicans as part of their failed impeachment inquiry. Republicans pointed to a series of payments that they claim showed the president benefited from his brother's work, and he did. House Democrats defended the transaction, pointing to bank records that they say indicate James Biden was repaying a loan provided by his brother Joe, who had wire transferred $200,000 to him about 6 weeks earlier. The money changed hands while Joe Biden was a private citizen. Wasn't no fucking private citizen. Was he? In a voluntary interview as part of the impeachment inquiry, James Biden said his brother never had any involvement in the business dealings of other members of his family. Lies. They're a fucking cabal, but whatever. This is the article. Trump denounced the move in remarks to supporters hours after the Biden White House announced the pardons. He mocked the Democratic administration for waiting until the final minutes of its term to announce the move. Did you know that Biden, this is a quote, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? Question mark. Trump said, the brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? I wish I could do his voice. During a separate exchange with reporters, Trump accused Biden of creating unbelievable precedent for future presidents. I guess now I have precedent to do it, Trump said. Precedent to do it, Trump said. Other presidents have pardoned family members, but those were for specific criminal convictions. Bill Clinton pardoned his brother Roger for drug charges after he had served his sentence roughly a decade earlier. In the final weeks of his first term, Trump pardoned Charles Kushner, the father of his son-in-law Jared Kushner, as well as multiple allies convicted in special counsel Robert Mueller's Russia investigation. This was an article by Amer Madani. He's a reporter for the AP. His name is Amor. I said Amor. Oh shit.
Sent your pickup at 742 Park Avenue.
Fuck it. You got the power to pardon people, pardon them. And if you're the president and you're committing crimes, I guess it would be right to pardon yourself. Why Trump didn't give himself a pardon on his way out? You know, again, unless he knew that everything that they were coming for was baseless. If he would have went after Hillary Clinton, would he have been successful? Right? Amazingly, just hours before his term was over, Biden pardoned his whole family. And why not? Right? I'm not going to hate on any Democrat or Republican for doing that. If you have that power, I don't know any of us, white, black, Jew, or Gentile, speaking as a Jew or Gentile, white, black, even Hispanic, if we had the power to pardon people, we would, particularly our family members. I would, right? I wouldn't be like, fuck you, stay in there, you shouldn't have did it. Nah, if I got the power to pardon you, I'm going to pardon you. Fuck you if you don't like it. Right? So, amazingly, people are upset about this, particularly, Republicans or just Americans in general. Why? Wouldn't you do it? I would. Right? And I don't know anybody that wouldn't. Like, you're full of shit if you say, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. And maybe we would be selective, which family members we would pardon. But I would probably pardon all my family members unless they was like weirdos, like pedophiles. I wouldn't pardon them. In fact, I'd recommend that they would be executed because anyone who harms a child should be killed. Fuck them. Because you can't fix them. Something's inherently wrong with an adult that victimizes a child sexually. or anyway, but particularly sexually. If you harm a child, if you kill a child, if you rape a child, if you do anything to a child, um, I think that you should be killed. But that's beside the point. Right now, we're talking about would you harm your family members if you had the power to do so.
Turn left
I
on
would
Midland
do it.
Avenue.
I don't know anybody that wouldn't. And those who would say, nah, I wouldn't, yeah, you're either a very cold heart or a liar. Um, what do you think? I don't know. Me personally, I would do it. So, with that said, what do we do? I don't think Dr. Fauci should have gotten a pardon, though. That's a criminal son of a bitch. Him and fucking geek, Bill Gates. I don't think that. I mean, Bill Gates wasn't brought up on any charges, but he should be. What charges? Just lying about vaccines and his knowledge base. He's a fucking computer nerd. What does he know about vaccines? Um, but whatever. I just think he's an evil son of a bitch, and they should investigate his ass just for being on Epstein's island. Piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. He's a real piece of shit. Just like what was that prince? I think that was Andrew. I'm not sure, but the prince from England, the Windsor, that was at Epstein's island, and every other motherfucker that was there. You're all fucking weirdos, all of you. Everybody who was on that island is a fucking weirdo, and you should be investigated. And if it's found that you had anything to do with a child, you should be killed. You should be. Um, what was his name? Snowden. I actually heard some senators or Congress people say that he should be assassinated. Now, if they can say that about him, and can he was some type of military intelligence, and he broke his oath. So I understand that the penalty for breaking your oath in intelligence is death. I get that, right? But I also believe that had he not spoken, we would be unaware that our own government was spying on us. And why was it so hard to believe? Why was it so hard to digest, to stomach? Our government is corrupt, like corrupt as shit,
In a quarter mile,
right?
turn left on
It's been
Washington
bought and
Street.
paid for by big, you pick it, big pharma, big military, the military industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industrial complex, the tech, big tech. Everybody who got money has bought and paid for this place called America, the United States, Stasi. And are
Turn
we
left
just
on Washington Street, then turn right.
gonna sit back? Yeah, we are. Never. I don't even know why I'm asking. Right? Because the thing is that if you go against the official story, you're a kook. You're a conspiracy theorist. And how dare you challenge anything? The narrative, particularly whatever white people say. How dare you, especially if you black or Hispanic? How dare you challenge what we're saying? The fuck is wrong with you? You don't challenge us. We determine what the truth is, and you don't challenge it. Fuck you. Because we do. We're challenging everything now. We're questioning everything now. And the fact that they don't want to declassify the information on who killed Malcolm and Martin because those people are still alive, I think that The ones who are still alive should be prosecuted if they had a hand in it. Why wait till they die? Because the government paid them to do it. Hold on, yo. Hello. He's getting in. Oh, he's going back.
Head to your drop off at 576 South Pleasant Street. Turn right on Washington Street.
Again, we're talking about real things. Rational people that profess themselves to be intelligent, secular, they don't want to believe in it. They don't think that they just think people do bad things. People have motivation to do bad things. They don't want to believe in the concept of good and evil because these are biblical. They are, right? Yeah. I've around since the beginning. And people want to pretend they're smarter than the people that sort of embrace these biblical concepts. Right? Yeah, I think that goes into evolution. Yeah, are we smarter than them? Well, we are about some things, but we have to survive what it is. They're obviously intelligent because they didn't have access to information. There's a difference between information and intelligence. Read most of it. Yeah. Oh, I got it. Okay. That's not what it is. And it's, I think it's called ET. No.
In a quarter mile, turn right on North Pearson Street using the right lane.
And it is really about Kentucky. Who was an Irish immigrant. Wasn't much for farming stuff, but he thought he could. So he ran away. He was going to be like crime. And he ended up frontier. And it's a very interesting document because you get the history of what was going on at the time on the country.
Turn right on North Harrison Street.
Settlers and the Indians. One of the most beautiful real. Oh, it's very well done. And it has a narrative, but it's reconstructed from just all kinds of historical documents and letters and diaries and all this kind of stuff. So I think the guy took about 15 years to sort of compile all this stuff and write it. The first half of the book is about this guy Simon Kenton. The second half is about Tecumseh.
Using the right lane, make a slight on South Harrison Street.
No. That part of something is about Comanche, and it's all about settling this area. It's fucking rough. And again, one of the so this is the frontier. Frontier.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Central Avenue using the left lane.
And it actually history has this huge very don't read it before bed.
Turn left on Hill Avenue.
I don't think because maybe they're trying to learn something. It's been about 80 years since the last big war. I think I just gotta learn. I mean, my dad sudden they demonized it. Yeah, they laugh. Yeah, which is crazy because it's antiviral. Yeah, it works on malaria. Yeah, and people have been taking it forever. Sure, pregnant women can take it. Yeah, and it doesn't hurt the baby. Yeah, but that's what's so bizarre about the time that we just went through because there's more information now available to people instantaneously than ever before. Yeah, you look it up on your phone, you instantly know. Oh, ivermectin, the guy who created it, won the Nobel Prize. Yeah, 2014. 15. Yeah, for using new things. So what the fuck is going on? Like, how? Who learned this? And it's hard. And it doesn't make it. And then they use it. So that's it. They told me to
Turn right on South Clinton Street.
That's the problem. Yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of medications used on animals. You can't say it's a veterinary medication just because it's also used on animals. No, it's been used on literally prescribed. It's like this stuff we started using with anti-Semitic research. And they got the stem cells from their and then I find right. So, I think it's like neuro something like that. Read it. So what's the book called? It said that it didn't tell you that you were bad. You know, you're gonna die. It didn't tell you all that. It was like
In a quarter-mile drop off for you on the left.
maybe I'm blowing, but they had a chapter where it says, okay, we know this. Smoking in the next chapter. And it turns the page and the page is and it's just a trick. The whole thing was but it and I don't know but it was sort of like stuff and it wasn't as negative. Like I got something bad, I'm scared. It wasn't even that. In fact,
Drop off for you on the left.
Did it do it intravenous? Yeah, intravenous. It gets stuck in your lung. This is Dr. Rear. Yeah, we talked. Yeah.
Here's good memory. Have a good night. You're welcome.
They can get them in overseas. We get in Panama, we're in the clinic. They're getting better, but there's so much resistance because of the FDA. Yeah. And the resistance is.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack in the last couple minutes of what I said pertaining to ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. I remember 2019, 2020, these drugs were demonized. They were not recommended.
Turn right on Boylan Street.
They were, in fact, again, demonized.
Just ahead, pick up Kelvin on the right.
And they could have helped, right? But they didn't want the American people to take hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. And why? Why didn't they want to take that? Why? What could we deduce from
Pick
that?
up Kelvin on the right.
What could be the reason that they did not want these highly effective, already suitable, tested, proven drugs? Why didn't they want that? What was the problem? I don't understand. I mean, I do, right? But anything outside of the narrative, right? You get canceled, you get shut down. So, for educational purposes, YouTube, you fuckers. And remember, you take anything else of mine down that is spoken on fact, you're an anti-Semite, and I'm gonna make sure that I scream that out loud because I'm a Jew who's just relaying information as I read it and learn it, and it's been checked, right? Proven to be effective. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Why didn't the CDC, the government, why didn't they allow people to take those drugs? Could it be? We're asking a question. We're not making a statement. We're not declaring anything to be a fact. Could it be that they did not want hydroxychloroquine? Is that how you say it? Let's see. Hydroxychloroquine. Yeah, that's how you say it. Get back to you. Yeah, how are you? Shared ride?
Head to your drop off at West Caldwell Fair Center. Turn right on Oppinger Place. Then turn right on
Please
Brookdale
wear your
Avenue.
seatbelt for your safety.
Turn right on Brookdale Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on South Orange Avenue.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I went to another facility.
Turn right on South Orange Avenue.
What is this place we're going to?
It's where I work.
What kind of place is it?
Nothing.
For elderly?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm okay.
You like it?
But the meantime, that's okay.
I can dig it. As long as it pays, it's all good.
I just slept and forgot.
Say that again.
I slept and forgot I was going to work. That is good to shut and never shut.
Yeah, shit happens. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Meridian Parkway.
What else you do? You student? Study? You student?
Yeah.
What do you study?
I study as
Huh?
I study already. I want to be registered.
Okay. Which one is higher, RN or
Turn
LPN?
right on Meridian Parkway.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed that, at least when I visit hospitals, that the nurses work harder than the doctors.
Yeah.
Turn left on 14th Avenue.
Yeah, right. They have the medical degree. Plus, they're not in the business of curing people. They're in the business of giving you a pill. Yeah, yeah. We don't want to help you. We just want to treat you, keep you coming back.
Take right exit 145 on I-280 West, then keep left. Keep left toward I-280 West, then keep left. Using the left two lanes, keep left toward I-280 West, then keep left. Keep left toward I-280 West. right exit 5 toward County Highway 527 north. Right exit 5 toward County Highway 527 north. Please take the right lane. Take right exit 5 toward County Highway 527 north. In a quarter mile, turn right on Eagle Rock Avenue using the right lane. Turn right on Eagle Rock Avenue. Just ahead, turn left on Roseland Avenue using the left lane. Turn left on Roseland Avenue. mile, turn left on Bloomfield Avenue using the left lane. Turn left on Bloomfield Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right on Fairfield Avenue using the right lane. Turn right on Fairfield Avenue. mile, turn left. Turn left.
Bless
Turn left.
you. You're welcome. Have a good morning. You're welcome. Toast. My bad. Um, and I'm saying hydroxychloroquine, and it's not hydroxychloroquine. It's hydroxychloroquine, right? Or chloroquine, whatever, chloroquine. I don't know. But it's clear that that would have been effective against COVID-19, and they didn't prescribe it. They wouldn't prescribe it. And why? Why would they not prescribe it? Why would they not? What's wrong with it? It's effective, and ivermectin, it's effective. So why can't we have it? Why? I want to know. Somebody got to have an answer. And again, could it be that the reason, and I'm asking a question for educational purposes, I don't believe I got to say that. I don't believe they have to that I have to mince my words in order to exercise free speech. Because the assholes at YouTube and their monitors and everybody listening will be like, oh, we don't agree, so let's cancel him. Let's suspend his account. Um, Could it be that the reason that they demonized ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine okay, was so that they could advance or further or push those vaccines? And the word vaccine is not enough to pull my video down. If an American can't say vaccine, we're fucked. Now, and who was behind the demonization of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine? Who was behind it? Who stood to benefit from those particular medications not being used? In my estimation, only the manufacturers of the vaccines. They stood to benefit, right? Because if you didn't use something that was tried and true and settled for something that's, being tested, then, and not settled, right? Because who would settle for something that's no good? Who would do that? Who would be that foolish to just take an experimental drug without it being tested, without it being proven? And are we, the Americans, were supposed to just sit back and not say anything? We're supposed to, it's okay. You're the government, you're the manufacturers, whatever you say goes. Fuck you. And at some point, the people, right, we need to do something about the fact that these manufacturers of these medications, like Moderna and Pfizer and whoever the hell else there is, that they can't be sued, that they are immune from any wrongdoing, because Congress gave them immunity from lawsuit, from prosecution, I guess. I don't know what the fuck, but you can't sue them. So if they produce a medication that kills your baby, you can't sue them. They have some type of fund that they'll give you pennies on the dollar. I guess, I don't know for sure, but I know you can't sue them. And I know that, like every police department in America, they investigate themselves. And unless there's a special counsel and, yada, yada. But they investigate themselves. And if they're anything like the police, clearly they're going to hold themselves guiltless. Like they're not guilty of any wrongdoing because, it's just par for the course. People are going to die. Well, fuck you. We don't want to take your medicines. Right? And they're going to say, again, everything that I'm saying is my opinion in regards to the medication. Now, is the COVID-19 vaccine effective? I don't know. I can't say. I do know that according to the literature, right, whatever's printed about ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, we know that's effective. And clearly, the vaccines must be effective because, people have taken them and they're fine. I don't think that a vaccine is designed to prevent a condition. At least I don't believe it is, right? Because it didn't prevent shit. So what are we talking about here? So what am I talking about? Because we ain't talking about shit, right? Reality is that there was a period in this country, a historical period, where people didn't take any of these synthetic drugs, right? Where doctors didn't prescribe a pill to treat symptoms, but rather gave you sound medical advice to cure whatever condition you were experiencing. It doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. Well, it doesn't seem that's not the case anymore, right? it appears that doctors have to prescribe a pill in order to continue to practice their medicine. Pharmacia, fucking witchcraft. So, what are we to do? What are the people to do? Are we supposed to just continue to take their bullshit synthetic drugs that are doing more harm than good? Right? You ever listen to those? First of all, the fact that they advertise medications on television, shot the fuck out. That's shot out. And then they run through the side effects real fast so that you don't catch them. Right? Why is that? Why they don't just tell you what could happen clearly so that you can, make an educated decision on whether you want to take that bullshit or not? Right? I've taken medications, right? I have. I've been vaccinated. I have. Not with, that bullshit, but I have. I've been vaccinated in my lifetime. I don't intend to take any vaccine, any inoculation. Let me just start using that word. I do not intend to be inoculated with an inoculation that isn't clean. It has to be free of heavy metals. It has to be free of synthetic chemicals. It has to be free. It has to be a clean inoculation, right? And then I will gladly submit to it. I take it. I will allow a medical practitioner to inject my body with an inoculation that is clean, free of heavy metals and synthetic chemicals. I don't want no fake shit in my body. I don't want no plastic, no meth, none of that bullshit. Uh, so we have to start demanding this. We have to start pushing elected officials. We could say our, but they're not our elected officials. They are bought and paid for, all of them. The Congress, the Senate, the Supreme Court of the United States, the Supreme Court of the several states, the Superior Courts, the lower courts. Everything is bought and paid for. Everything, everyone that works for them. That's why you don't get a fair shake. That's why you don't have shit. And those of you who have shit, you don't got a tenth of, you don't got an eighth of what they have. An eighth. And you're satisfied with that because fuck it. I'm good. And for me, it's disappointing when the so-called African American, Black, and the so-called Hispanic, Latino, of indigenous descent has that mindset that as long as they're okay, fuck everybody else, right? Because eventually, when they do decide to subject Black and brown people to whatever what is the word that I'm looking for here? Whatever turmoil is about to happen, whenever they decide that it's time, there's nothing that's going to stop them from coming for the rest of you, us, them. Nothing, nothing at all. So just because you're doing good doesn't mean that you'll continue to do good. Because when and if they decide that Black and brown people are a nuisance and they no longer want to deal with them, do you think they're going to leave you because you're doing good? You think they're going to allow you to live? And by live, I mean, live. So again, why can't we take the medications we want to take? And why, if we want to take something like hydroxychloroquine, do we have to pay hundreds of dollars for it? I could hear a friend of mine saying, well, yeah, they've monetized healthcare, monetized medicine. Well, yeah, they have. I don't think that they should price gouge, though. I don't think that they should demand exorbitant amounts of money for life-saving medication. And don't get me wrong, I think that there should be some type of compensation from everyone, right? I don't think that anyone should get anything for free, considering we all got to pay. And even though God gave us pretty much everything for free, the fact that the captives have monetized it, not the captives, the captors, the people who captured this continent and captured its people and enslaved its people, they've monetized everything. So we all have to pay, right? But why do we got to continuously pay rising costs? Like, it's the same medication. Did it cost more? Well, it didn't cost more to make because you already made it. They're just price gouging. They're raising the prices as they see fit. And then they blame it on inflation, I guess. But who creates the inflation? Wasn't it Thomas Jefferson, who said that banks, central banks, should be kept out of the country because first, by inflation, then deflation, they would take the continent that they conquered, take the continent from the people that, the founders of this great republic. left it to their posterity, themselves and their posterity, right? So you'll be homeless in a continent that your forefathers conquered for you if you allow central banks in, right? It's odd that the very people who founded this republic, who conquered these lands and killed all the people and took all their resources and exploited the shit out of them, all of those people are considered traitors, are considered terrorists. Now, prior to my understanding of my Jewry and what it really meant to be a Jew, um, I was an American, a true blue patriot. Uh, had it not been for reasons outside of my control, I would have been a military man. So I believed all this ideology about America and being an American. Now, upon learning of my Jewry and what it really meant, like what it meant to be a Jew, I've since, abandoned the ideology. I'm an American because I was born in America, right? I am a national. I am not a citizen. I am an American national. Uh, my family is from of America. You white call Puerto Rico. So I'm an American national. But the reality is that America got a lot of blood on our hands, and continuous bloodshed is her nature, right? Of the how many hundreds of years has America been independent? And remember, we say that loosely because we know she may have won the war. Rather, she may have won a couple of battles against the Brits, but she didn't win the war, right? The crown still owns this land. And that's wrapped up in so much history that most people won't read it to really believe it. But whatever. Um, what are we going to do? What are the people going to do? Are we just going to continue to allow a bullshit old few, and mind you, of white people, right? Ain't nobody black in power in government. Nobody black has power. How many black people on the Supreme Court? Two that I can recall, right? And they have absolutely no power. They're associate justices, and although their opinion counts, it doesn't matter. If they get out of line, they will ruin them, like they tried to do Clarence Thomas once. They tried to Me Too his ass long before Me Too was even a thing. They shut his ass right up. Scalia, Justice Scalia, wouldn't shut the fuck up about what rights the American people had about the Constitution. So they offed him. His family will say no, they didn't. That's to protect themselves. I followed Justice Scalia's career closely because, again, I was idealistic. I was a true blue American. I was. I really believed all this shit. And I believe that he was the last true justice on the Supreme Court, right? Everybody else, in my estimation, is a DEI higher. Not that they haven't worked really hard to get there, but the reality is that the Supreme Court could rule something, and the Congress won't move on it until they get ready, if they get ready at all. So, what power does that body have, right? Um, they could declare a right and take a right back from, which is crazy because they could just interpret it according to the atmosphere, to the climate of the country at the time. Freedom of speech is not hate speech, even though it is. Even though it is, hate speech is freedom of speech. You don't have to like the speech, but they have to be able to exercise that right to freely express themselves. So when white people talk shit about black people, free speech. When black people talk shit about white people, that's free speech, and it has to be allowed. And the fact that, listen to the wording, allow, like they allow us. So God gave us the ability. It's a God-given ability, and we have the right to use the abilities that God gave us, not according to the rules set by white people and whatever other people according to their nation. But I'm talking about here in America, right? And we're far gone because, some of our own people really do agree. They're in agreement. They're in alliance with a lot of the oppressive policies against people. Like Hispanics voted for Trump in record numbers, right? And part of it was immigration policy. You are in alliance with a policy that keeps your own people from entering this country and benefiting. You don't, and I don't get it. That's like when black people bought slaves. They didn't buy them to free them. They bought them to exploit them. Now they'll say, no, that didn't happen. Bullshit. It's historic. It's there. It happened. Right? But it makes no sense that we would exploit our own people, that we would hate our own people, that we would work with this corrupt ass government to keep our own people from coming into this country. And believe you me, right? I'm all for legal immigration. I don't like illegal immigration because you got a lot of bad motherfuckers sneaking into the country. And they're not just Hispanic. There's Russians, there's Ukrainians, there's Albanians. There's a lot of dangerous motherfuckers coming into the country. And the whiter they are, the more dangerous they are. Albanians is bad motherfuckers. They bad motherfuckers. Like real shit. Russians, the Russian people as a whole, I don't know. I don't know a whole lot of Russian people, but I know that they hard body. And I'm not gonna say they bad people, but if there's any truth to what America says about them, yeah, we need to be careful. For sure, the Arab, for sure, that nigga's sick. He believes that if he the Arab, right, all fucking Arabs, I don't know about the ones that don't believe that shit, but I don't know too many Arabs that don't believe, Islamically, that their mindset isn't Islamic. And I'm saying that as a person who took Shahada and studied Islam, like for real, right? I dove headfirst into the studies of Islam. It made absolute sense to me. Not so much blowing yourself up, right? And the virgins and all that other dumb shit. I don't believe in that dumb shit. But they do. A lot of them. I'm not going to say all of them. That would be a blanket statement. But a lot of the Arabs believe that martyring themselves, which is basically strapping on a fucking bomb and walking into a crowded place with all kinds of people and blowing themselves up, is somehow righteous. And that's madness. That's sick. Them fuckers is insane. Do we want them crossing the border illegally coming into the country? No, I don't. And again, I there was a period in my life where I called myself a Muslim, not a fucking Arab though, not an Arab, but I did study Islam. I did practice the tenets of Islam, and not that shit. There's nobody that can tell me that I got to strap on a fucking bomb and kill people, and then somehow I'm gonna, get the kingdom. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's sick bullshit at that.
279 Bloomfield Avenue.
It's sick bullshit. I never understood it. Right? I remember I saw what do you call those? A teaching by an Arab teacher. I don't know if he was whatever his ethnic background was, but he said in times of hardship, this is a teaching. In times of hardship, a man can kill his wife and eat her. I think I saved that video too. I lost my mind when I read that, when I heard that dumb shit. And I'm like, you people believe this dumb shit? And they do. They do. It's true. This is a fact, right? That the Prophet, the messenger of Islam, the messenger of God in Islam, Muhammad Ahmed Mustafa Mustafa, that he married a 9-year-old girl and that he had sex with her at the age of 11. This is fact. That's, I don't know, like Jews don't do that. We don't do that. The marriageable age, you know, where men and women can have after marriage is 20. That's the youngest age. They cannot engage in sexual activity before the age of 20. Before the age of 20. So that's what it is. All right, I'm picking up, so I gotta shut it down for a minute. Guys, stay tuned. Or comment. Yes.
Head to your drop off at 365 North 10th Street.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Head to your drop off at 365 North 10th Street.
All right, people stand by. Be right with you. Short ride.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Belmont Avenue using the left lane.
There's so much resistance because the FDA and the resistance is purely because of money. Yeah, it's needed. It's not because they're not that. It's not because they're dangerous. It's just because of money. I think. Yeah.
Happening.
And then there's also the problem with media. The media is lockstep in these businesses that are promoting these things. Yes, and they're not giving you information, they're giving you propaganda. Before they're giving you information, propaganda is more important to them than information. And that's what's crazy.
Just and then turn right on Geraldo Street.
The Joker's fractured mind had given rise to
Turn right on Geraldo Street.
and that's what's crazy. We were counting on you guys, and you fucked us. You fucked us for 4 years with this COVID thing, and now you expect us to listen to you about the
Just and
fucking
then drop off
swine
Game
flu,
Road.
the bird flu, or whatever other thing you're trying to freak us out about, which always coincides with some sort of a political event. Like here it is, the inauguration of the new president, and oh, look at this. There's a new disease. What do we got now? What is it? Do you think there will be? Well, there is. There's this fucking H5N1, whatever it is. One bird flu. One person died. One person in America. First person died. 65 years old with a bunch of comorbidities. Yeah, okay. And which is
Drop off
usually
Game Road.
but then, by the way, 65 people with a bunch of comorbidities die all the time of nothing. They die of anything. I mean, this is like a car that's falling apart and you run over a nail and oh, the nail killed the car. No, that car was falling the fuck apart. Yeah, like the nail
Tastes good?
that ran over was the last nail in the coffin. The thing was falling apart. I got COVID from my car.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Again, a lot to unpack. He said that the media, first of all, that the FDA is evil.
Turn right on
That it's evil because it's
Then
about
turn right
money.
on North Ninth
They
Street.
can have a cure-all and won't let it go because there's no money in the cure. Essentially what he's saying. If you want me to quote him correctly, I can, rewind the tape and quote him
Turn right on
verbatim.
North Ninth Street.
But essentially, it's what he's saying. He's saying that the FDA is only concerned with the bottom line, the money that can be made. So I asked the question again: is the reason why ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine
Just and then turn left on
Queen
Davenport Avenue.
wasn't allowed as a medication for COVID-19 because
Turn
of
left on
the
Davenport Avenue. Then pick up Jocelyn on the right.
vaccines that they were pushing? Don't use hydroxychloroquine, queen. I'm gonna say queen. I don't like queen. Hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin because we want you to use these vaccines manufactured by Moderna, Pfizer. Who else was there? I don't remember the names of all of them. I remember those two for some reason. We want you to use this. There's money to be made in this. So is that why we weren't allowed to use ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine? Right? The FDA is only about that money, and is the media, and we know this to be a fact. The media is a fucking puppet, an arm of the government and big business. All of it, medicine, military. They tell us what they're told to tell us. Nothing more, nothing less. Gotta get back to you. I'm picking up comment. Hello, how are you?
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
And he had first. And I go, but it was, I knew the guy for 20 years, and we both went to the same hospital. These guys,
In a quarter mile, turn right on Franklin Street.
I think we both got baptism. Yeah, not good, not good. Causes kidney failure. I know. I couldn't walk 3 weeks after that. Really? Because it kills you. That kills you. Oh, you should wonder about that guy. When meanwhile, they're trying to stop people from getting monoclonal antibodies. Okay. Yeah. They restricted monoclonal antibodies, which is fucking insane because they wanted to put a vaccine because they wanted to profit, which turns back into evil. Evil's real. It's real. Putting money over human lives is evil. It's a real thing, and there's a
right on Franklin Street,
too, which is even more crazy. I don't.
in a quarter mile, turn right on Summer Avenue. Turn right on Summer Avenue, then turn left on Carteret Street. Turn left on Carteret Street, then drop off Jocelyn on the left. Drop off Jocelyn on the left. Drop off Jocelyn on the left.
Right here, further up.
Ah,
Aquí,
ajá. Muchas gracias.
a la orden. Pase buenas noches. All right, let's listen to that again.
Car and you run over a nail, and oh, the nail killed the car. That car was falling the fuck apart. You know, like the nail you ran over.
Let's go back a little further.
if there's a surefire cure for something, it's not necessarily hailed. No. Well, and then there's also the problem of the media. The media is lockstep in with these businesses that are promoting these things. Yes, and they're not giving you information; they're giving you propaganda before they're giving information. Propaganda is more important to them than information. Yeah. And that
Propaganda is more important to them than information. He's talking about the media. That's Joe Rogan, by the way. On the Joe Rogan Experience, he's having a conversation with Mel Gibson, actor, director, producer, yada, yada, fucking yada. You know, the one who blamed the Jews for every fucking thing. So, YouTube, again, educational purposes, you're sharing the information, you know, because unlike you and every other motherfucker in the media, I'm interested in dispensing information, not propaganda. So it's for educational purposes only. If you take down his videos because you're anti-Semitic, and I will file a formal complaint with ADL and APAC and Canary Mission and everybody else, fucker, because you're an anti-Semite. You're anti-Semitic. Your organization is anti-Semitic. That's why you'll take it down. So I'm just, again, commenting. I'm commentating commentary. I don't know what the fuck you call it. On Joe Rogan podcast, conversation with Mel Gibson. And he just said, actually, you hear it.
So if there's a surefire cure for something, it's not necessarily hailed. No. Well, and then there's also the problem of the media. The media is lockstep in with these businesses that are promoting these things. Yes, and they're not giving you information; they're giving you propaganda before they're giving you information. Propaganda is more important to them than information. Yeah.
Propaganda is more important to them than information. They're not giving you the news; they're giving you propaganda. And who's telling them to give you this propaganda? Their owners. And who owns them? Well, the 1%, the elite corporations, kind of like Blackstone. I'm sure they control a huge portion of the media. And whatever other organization right now, I'm not firing on all 8 cylinders because I've been out here, for a minute. But you get the gist of it. The reality is that according to a lot of people, Joe Rogan has millions and millions of subscribers, right? People who actually listen to him and agree with what he's saying. And I'm sure there's some that don't agree. But I think across the board, the majority of Americans agree that the media is full of shit. And even if we didn't believe it initially, I think we started believing it, when we heard our president, the president, I said our president, the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, say the media is fake news. He knows because he uses it. So they're full of shit. And how many TikToks and Instagram reels and Facebook reels and YouTube reels, shorts, have you seen of the news? Every news channel in one compilation video saying the same exact thing verbatim. I'm sure all of you have seen that at one point or another. So clearly they're scripted. Clearly someone is writing for them. Clearly, there are no war crime kites. There are no journalists left. What was his name? He was killed. Hastings, Michael Hastings. He was killed because he was about to write a story that he was told not to print. He was told by the Obama administration not to print the story about Bo Berger. And he said that he would. I remember he went on some news network and said that they had declared war on the press, and he declared war back on them. Well, I guess he lost that war, right? Because not long after, he was killed in an accident that had all of the markings of a cyber attack, according to the Department of Homeland Security director at the time. I can't remember his fucking name, but he said that it had all the markings of a cyber attack, cyber terrorism, he called it. Anyway, there are no journalists. There is no news. We're being fed lies. This is true. It's funny to say that in the same sentence, right? But the reality is that we are being lied to. And a great many Americans are buying right into the lies. And what does that say? Either they're so deeply indoctrinated that they can't see the forest from the trees, or they're just fucking afraid, to go against the grain. And what happened to that American spirit, particularly, you white people, because black people can't really do shit. They open their mouth, they will be ostracized. And Barack Obama is not like one of the descendants, at least not according to his bloodline, not the bloodline that he's saying he is. Right? His father is Kenyan, and I don't know too many Kenyans that are descendants of slaves. But that aside, his white mama is the daughter of a CIA handler, and the story goes that he was the handler of Barack Hussein Sr. Now, I don't believe none of that shit. I think that Barack Obama's daddy is the communist. What the fuck is his name? God damn it! I'm not on all these cylinders right now. Fuck. Somebody wrote the book Dreams of My Real Father. I can't think of his name. Funny looking ass guy. And that would make him our people. But I gotta ask, what the fuck did he do for the people, for black people particularly? What did he do? I don't recall anything he did for black people specifically. When Kamala Harris, who claimed to be black and then took it back when she was caught, she said, will she do anything specific for black people? And she said, not specifically. No, not specifically for black people. Anything I do will benefit black people, but it won't be specifically for them. But she did some shit specifically for LGBT people who are black, white, and other nationalities and ethnicities. She did shit for Israel specifically and for Asian Americans specifically. But for black people, no, we're not doing anything specifically for them. So, it's clear to me that these people who they're pushing as black are in fact not black people. Because, first of all, there is no nation called black. So there's that. But the people whom we call black, African American, and who call Hispanic, Latino, of indigenous descent, we don't have any representation in government. The people who are in government know better than to rock the boat. They know better. They won't have a career. They'll ruin them. So they have to play ball, right? They can't do anything for us. And if we try to do anything for ourselves, they'll put a stop to it, because it seems to me that whenever black and brown people unite to empower and educate and improve and enlighten each other and themselves, that they're labeled the hate group, because they're trying to better themselves. They're labeled a fucking hate group. Why are we a hate group? Right? I'm ranting here. I'm going all over the fucking place because the last thing I was commentating on was the fact that they are feeding us propaganda as opposed to information because it's more important to them. The media, that is. It's more important to them. And why is it more important to them? Because they're being paid the big bucks to tell us the lies, the bullshit, to feed us the bullshit. They're being paid the big bucks. Um, why wouldn't they push medications when um, big pharma is paying them? Why wouldn't they tell us what they're told to tell us when they're being paid to tell us? To me, it's like the NFL and the NBA. You pay these men these exorbitant amounts of money. Exorbitant. That's the word. Help me out here. But you pay them all of this money, and if you say drop the ball, they ain't got no fucking choice but to drop the ball. You're paying them, right? I'm not saying that these men aren't athletes. I'm saying that they're athlete actors. Whoever saw the movie Any Given Sunday understands that you can make a movie to look like a real game of football, like it looks like a real game. In boxing, like they're really boxing, and whatever sport or whatever field. I remember I saw Dr. Alan Greer on a movie, and this was a bona fide, legitimate person in his field of ufology, I believe, or whatever it is that you call it, when it in regards to UFOs. And he was in a movie, uh, and it was a fucking movie, right? It wasn't a real event, and maybe I don't know, but he was in a movie, right? And that's just him. How many politicians have you seen in movies? How many pastors and business people, right? You got movies about business people now, right? Like Fuckerberg, right? That little shit, that little weasel. He's got a lot of money, but he's a fucking weasel. Look at him. He looked like a goddamn weasel. I mean, he actually favors the animal, a weasel. He looks like one, right? Like, who gives a fuck about Mark Zuckerberg? And they haven't done a movie about him yet, but Elon Munch, Butt Munch, um, doesn't know how to take social cues at all. He's a different kind of guy. Super fucking wealthy. I mean, super wealthy. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Of the black billionaires that exist in America, combined, they don't make 1/8 of Elon Musk's net worth. 1/8 combined. 28 of them, I believe it is. Right? Again, I'm ranting. I'm all over the fucking place because we're talking about the media and we're talking about big pharma and we're talking about a lot of different shit tonight because I don't want this dead air bullshit. And it's gonna be again because I'm picking up right now. Right? And as far as I know, there's only one person watching. I don't know who it is, but hello, you, shalom. Hopefully, more people watch and listen as the night progresses. But we out here, and it's time that conversations be had that we may be informed and educated and make decisions based on solid information, not the bullshit that we've been being fed. And we being fed bullshit. Like, here's some bullshit. Here's some bullshit. Here's some bullshit that we've been fed. The image of Christ, right? The image of Christ. I know that's way out there, but let's talk about it for a second. The image of Christ is a long-haired, pasty pink, sometimes blue, sometimes green, sometimes brown-eyed, sometimes blonde or brown-haired white man. But I challenge everyone who calls themselves a Christian of any denomination, who says they love Christ and Jesus is their Lord and Savior, and they have a personal relationship with him. I challenge any one of you, all of you, to show me the description in the Bible. Now, I rejected the Bible as a young man, right? I grew up in the church, like most Hispanics, Latinos, and Black people love in Blacks, Hispanics, and Latinos. Most of us grew up in the church. I rejected that bullshit. Never mind that the church was wicked as shit with their fuckery, right? All they did was collect money from when I was a little boy. That's the one thing that I noticed, that these motherfuckers made money, and they put on a good show with their choir. And quiet as kept, most of it was cult-like. And I always believed that they were a little touched, a little bit, that a lot of the people in Christianity were touched. Catholicism is different. Like Catholics, that shit is like, it reminds me of Ifa and Santeria with their rituals and their idols and their dress. The fact that he opened portals and no one talked about it, no one said anything. Like, the fuck is wrong with you people? But anyway, the image of Christ. Show me where Christ is a brown-haired, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, green-eyed, brown-eyed white man. It says he had eyes as a flame of fire. Ain't nothing green or blue or brown about that, right? And they may be brown, but I understand what it means, right? Because you got to go back and see what Isaiah said and what Daniel said to edify you on what eyes of fire meant. And hair of wool, right? What white person got woolly hair except Mr. Brady? What was his name? I remember Mr. Brady from the Brady Bunch. He had woolly hair. Not initially, but he had a perm, and that shit got curly. But that was a fucking perm. He had no woolly hair. So the image of Christ in the Bible is not the image that we've been given, right? Again, I'm off on a tangent here, but I'm just saying that we've been fed lies, piggybacking on what the JRE was saying, in as far as the media is giving us propaganda, not information, because propaganda is more important. Propaganda is a bunch of fucking lies, a bunch of lies being told over and over again until we believe them. And even if we believe a lie, it's still a fucking lie. So I brought up Christ, the image that we've been given, as an example. The Bible does not describe him as a blonde hair, brown hair, blue-eyed, green-eyed white man. It says he had woolly hair and skin of fine brass, as if furnished, as it burned in a furnace. Nothing burned is white. Nothing. So then they'll give us a depiction of Christ as an Arab, but he wasn't an Ishmaelite. He wasn't a descendant of Ishmaelites. He was a descendant of David, a descendant of the tribe of Judah. He sprang from the tribe of Judah, right? It's what it says in the Bible. We can only go with what the Bible says. Fuck everybody else and their depictions and their stories and their telling. The Bible says it. So what do we do with the depiction that we've been given? Right? Do we accept it? Well, clearly we have, right? A lot of people have. Black, white, Hispanic, they've accepted it. But now that the true understanding is out, are we going to continue to accept that image, or are we going to discard it? Right? Are we going to get rid of the whole bullshit doctrine of Christianity because it has nothing to do with Christ? Right? It has nothing to do with him. And that image, that's not Christ, not according to the Bible, not according to the description of Christ in the Bible, in the book of Revelation, in the book of Daniel, he's described, that description is totally different than what we have, than what is given. Hold on a second, man. Let me call this fucker and find out what's going on with him. 'Cause I'm tired of sitting here waiting. Melvin. Of course he ain't gonna pick up. So again, propaganda. I'm gonna play on though. And remember, YouTube, this is for entertainment purposes only. This is the Joe Rogan Experience. I do not own any of the content, and it's episode 2254. I'm doing a commentary on it. Don't pull it down, you anti-Semitic fuckers. All right, I'm hanging up and canceling this ride because clearly this fucker is coming. So now I'm playing on Uber, all right, for educational purposes only. Joe Rogan Experience.
And that's crazy. We were counting on you guys, and you fucked us. You fucked us for 4 years with this COVID thing, and now you expect us to listen to you about the fucking swine flu or the bird flu or whatever the thing you're trying to freak us out about, which always coincides with some sort of a political event. Like here it is.
Right, that's true. Every time there's an election or something big happening, they hit us with some new disease. They hit us with some bullshit to distract us. Right, that's a fact. That's not bullshit. That's a fact. Right. Last time Trump was in office, they hit us with COVID, and that was 2019. I remember it was November when I found out about it. Right. And what's odd is that if you go back, you can hear Dr. Fauci talking about a pandemic coming. You could hear Barack Obama talking about a pandemic coming. They planned this bullshit, right? You can hear it. It's planned. It's out there, and that's the thing why they want to censor shit like TikTok and YouTube, and why if you print anything that's against their narrative, they'll just shut you down. Simply because the cat's out the fucking bag. It's the truth. But let's play on. I'm not even gonna, start ranting.
The inauguration of the new president. Oh, look at this. There's a new disease. You think well, there is. There's this fucking H5N1, whatever it is. One person died. One person in America, first person died, 65 years old with a bunch of comorbidities. Yeah, okay. Which is usually what it is. But that's by the way, 65 people with a bunch of comorbidities die all the time with nothing. You die of anything. This is like a car fall apart and run over there. Oh, the nail killed the car.
The nail killed the car.
The nail you ran over was the last nail you got. The thing was falling apart. I got COVID from my garden. And he had COVID. But it was, I knew it had COVID. And we both went to the same hospital. And he died and I didn't. I think we both got them designated. Not good, not good. Causes kidney failure. I know.
Remdesivir. Look it up, people. Causes kidney failure. Right? I haven't checked that, but you know what? Let's check it. Let's pause this for a minute. Does the medication remdesivir cause kidney failure? Okay, here's what it says. This is an AI overview. Remdesivir can cause acute kidney injury, but the risk is low. Acute kidney injury is the most common adverse event associated with remdesivir. Okay. Remdesivir is an antiviral agent with positive effects on the prognosis of coronavirus disease, COVID-19. However, there are concerns about the detrimental. He said he'll be ready. Hold on a second, y'all. Real quick. I'm gonna give you another 2 minutes starting right now. Period. After that, I'm canceling and I'm on my way. Period. Been sitting here for 15 minutes already. There are concerns about the detrimental effects of remdesivir on kidney function, which might consequently lead to acute kidney injury. So it's clear that it does. And here he comes. So I'm going to have to pause y'all, but check it out. I'm well. How are you? Running late, are you? Did you not get my messages and stuff when I arrived? I did. 42 hours. I know. I couldn't. Oh, you should wonder. Well, meanwhile, we're trying to stop people from getting monoclonal antibodies. Yeah. They restricted monoclonal antibodies, which is fucking insane because they wanted to promote that vaccine because they wanted to profit on it, which brings us back into evil. The evil's real. It's real. Putting money over human lives is evil. And so it's a real thing, and there's a temptation to do it too, which is even more crazy. I don't believe that there is anything that can inflict mankind that hasn't got a natural cure. I think that there has. Let me run that back. What time is none? They die of anything. I mean, this is like your car is falling apart and you run over a nail. Oh, the nail killed the car. The car was falling the fuck apart. Like the nail you ran over was the last nail in the car. Things fell apart. I got COVID in my garden. And he had it first. But it was, I knew the best. We both went to the same hospital. And he died in that. I think we both got remdesivir. Yeah, not good. How's this kidney? I know. Because it kills you. It kills you. That's why. Oh, you should. With me, right here? Yeah, this is good. All right. Thank you, bro. You're welcome. Have a good morning. All right. Trying to stop you from getting monoclonal antibodies. Okay. Yeah. Monoclonal antibodies. I don't know what the fuck that is, but let's see. What are monoclonal antibodies? Okay, monoclonal antibodies, MABs, are laboratory-made proteins that bind to specific antigens on the cells in the body. They are used to diagnose and treat diseases, including cancer. How they work. Monoclonal antibodies are designed to bind to specific proteins on the cells, such as cancer cells. They can be used to mark cancer cells so that the immune system can recognize and destroy them. Damn, really? Monoclonal antibodies can also be used to carry drugs, toxins, and radioactive substances directly to cancer cells. Wow. Okay, so here are the uses of monoclonal antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies are used to treat many diseases, including cancer, cardiovascular disease, and hyperlipidemia. Lipidemia? What the fuck is that? Lipidemia. Hyperlipidemia. Monoclonal antibodies are the type of immunotherapy which helps the immune system attack and kill cancer cells. Side effects. Of course, they're going to tell us those, not the side effects of the other shit, right? But here, they're going to give us the side effects. So, in the interest of full disclosure and transparency, let's talk about the side effects of monoclonal antibodies. Are given intravenously, injected into a vein. Given monoclonal antibodies can sometimes cause an infusion reaction, which is similar to an allergic reaction. Possible symptoms include fever, chills, weakness, headache, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, low blood pressure, and rashes. Doesn't cause fucking kidney failure. These, yeah, it doesn't say anything about kidney failure. So let's go back. He said they didn't allow this for the treatment of COVID.
Meanwhile, they were trying to stop people from getting monoclonal antibodies. Okay. Yeah. They restricted monoclonal antibodies, which is fucking insane because they wanted to promote that vaccine because they wanted to profit off of it, which brings us back in.
Again, they wanted to promote the vaccine because they wanted to profit off of it, which again is evil, right? Now, can we say that that's why they, again, for educational purposes and fair use, YouTube, you unfair bastards, you, what do you call it? Just unfair for now. Again, I'm not firing on all eight, so my vocabulary is a bit restricted right now because I'm not firing. Matter of fact, NeuroGum, let's get a piece going. This will get rid of the brain fog right away. 10, 15 minutes in. Biased. You're biased, YouTube. And you only promote and allow information that suits your benefactors. Your bosses. NeuroGum works, people. Get you some. I made a mistake and bought the gum and I shouldn't have because I got the aftermarket teeth. You know, these aren't my own. Got the aftermarkets and the shit gets stuck to them. So anyway, monoclonal antibodies were not allowed, kind of like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, because in the opinion of Joe Rogan, and again, this is for educational purposes only, YouTube, you biased sons of bitches. In the opinion of Joe Rogan and myself and others, these other medications were demonized and rejected so as to promote the vaccines. That's an opinion. It's not a fact. It seems like a fact because the reality is that that's what they pushed, the vaccines. They didn't allow ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and now monoclonal antibodies. It's fucking amazing that the people in charge with our healthcare are not giving us the best options. They're giving giving us the options that are going to make them the most money. Because I'm starting to agree with the people who promote um, what do you call that medicine? Not the medication itself, but socialized medicine, because that's the way to go. And I still believe that even in socialized medicine, the best shit is reserved for the upper echelon, and then the rest of us get whatever they want to give us, so it won't even matter. But profiting off of disease is bad. Treating disease as opposed to trying to cure it, that's bad. And when we moved from natural cures to synthetic treatments, that's bad. Um, but it's people to continuously feed us poison and lies, propaganda. And it's time that we all wake up. White people too, wake the fuck up. Start looking at the truth and stop believing that only you can determine what the truth is. It's time to wake up, people. I mean, like really, truly, honestly, get up, wake up. I mean, and the truth for what it is.
Right hand turn on Washington Avenue. Then turn right.
That's right, bring your ass. Hold on, people. Pick it up. I'm gonna play a little more of the show. Comment on in a minute for educational purposes only. Yes, sir.
I'm trying to get out the building, but the door was locked. So I ran around the other side.
I can dig it. I don't normally pull in there because once I pulled up in this garage and somebody got snapped at me, and I don't normally allow men to snap at me without punching them in the mouth. And so I said, you know what? Out of respect, I won't pull in so that I don't have to get yelled at. And it won't be any. No, this was some time ago.
Like early in the day?
No, like some time ago, about a year or two ago.
But I mean, when you went in it, was it daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime.
Like around this time?
More or less, a little later actually. And I get it, right? I shouldn't be there. I get it.
I mean, that's strange. Whoever it was, it probably don't work there no more.
I know. They were probably having a bad day. I don't know what the issue was.
But if you get to that, it's probably got a singular type of incident.
I know. I agree.
Yeah.
That person, their attitude seemed like this was part of me. He probably mistook me for a foreigner that he could bark at like that. Because, most foreigners are docile. They don't want any problems. So whatever his issue was, he screamed on me and I didn't appreciate it.
That's all that camera over there. That's how they go.
Yeah, I regard no harm, no foul, right? And I wouldn't want to disrupt anyone's livelihood. So I just took it on the chin, but it upset me. That's why I didn't ever go back in there. Then to go back and forth with you.
Hope it works out for you. See how it works out for you because life is, don't get too far in life. Don't have to be careful.
Well, maybe in the past. Today, in this wicked world that we're in, yeah, he was perfect. When I think back to it, he was perfect for what we have today. They love that type of atmosphere and energy. But no harm, no foul, right? We didn't. It was just an exchange of words. Um, I didn't like it, but I don't got it, right?
And you know what? It's like I said, if it's that much of a rudeness, it catches up with us all the time.
Oh, clearly.
Sometimes we're like, you know, you gotta bite your tongue on certain things. But, I'm like, probably the person's not even working there anymore.
I don't know what he was doing. He was in uniform.
Yeah, he's trying to get ready to get fired. That's what he's doing. It might have been just got suspended.
Could be. I mean, like I said, I always presume that someone with that type of demeanor, that type of attitude, is having a bad day, right? So I try not to take it personally. I just didn't appreciate the tone and the veracity with which he spoke to me. Because again, I'm a grown man, not a child, and you shouldn't speak to anyone like that, let alone someone that's inclined to punch you in your mouth, right? For less. Come on, man, what are you doing? Look at it. So again, no harm, no foul. No need to disrupt his livelihood. He can disrupt mine. He just made his position clear. I don't belong there. He could have used better language and a decent tone. I'm always of the mindset that you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. But as a realist, I also understand that if you want to catch optimal flies, you use shit, right? You use shit. Have you ever seen a pile of shit on the ground and flies just bombarding it?
You'll find shit if you look for shit.
That's right. How they said you're gonna F around and find out.
Just look what's in your path.
That's right.
Skip over that, jump over that. If you're there, and the geese gonna do what the geese do.
Yeah, they do.
Just try not to get any on it, or in the car, or bring it in the house.
Yeah, nothing ruins your day like stepping in a big pile.
Yeah. I used to know a guy. He used to call it attitude. Oh, the guy had a rain party. People just, they went at the wrong time for the wrong people. Or very good way. And like, I accepted it. I ain't got to snake with it.
Right, right. And we need to practice, caution as humans, as people, particularly here in New Jersey. I'm sure all over America, but here, you know, Jersey is a different class of American, right? All of us, white, black, Jew, and Gentile. Our first instinct is, I'll punch you in your mouth. And this is all Jersey. I find it doesn't matter. I could be Carlstadt or Camden. It's the same thing. So we should be cautious in the way we treat each other and speak to each other.
Some people don't worry about their mouth, but you make them ready.
Yeah, and you have people that react as opposed to think. Like I've seen it.
You know what? Like I asked you, people act a certain way. Like, and sometimes, yeah, very easy. Or remember, I say, walk with the Lord. That's it. Like, I'm not gonna, on my day. This is a test. You look at everything as a test. Okay? That's the test. You go to another level.
I can take it.
And if you've been there already, then there's lessons to teach.
But it was a lesson learned for me because I didn't react. I wanted to, but I was able to compose myself.
Sometimes that's just the devil out. The devil's out.
Yeah, seeking whom he may devour.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm often fascinated by Christ because the Christ they teach is not the Christ in the Bible.
I don't know.
The Christ in the Bible was an austere man. He was feared. He did not play any games.
Man, known of many sorrows.
Well, yeah, in regards to his nation, but in regards to the truth, the biblical truth, the law, statutes, and commandments of his father, he did not play any games. He made a nine tail. You know what a nine tail is?
Like a whip.
Like a whip nine tail and went through the temple whooping ass.
You know what? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
He did. The Bible says he did.
The Bible says he did.
Yeah.
But maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Because at one point he said, so now they're looking for him. But he said at one point, there's no greater love than this. A man laid out his life for his friend. Now he did have certain apostles that was like that. They could have been very well an apostle who did it, but they were, Jesus was called a Nazarene. Not that he was, but that he looked like a Nazarite had the similar hairstyle.
The locks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hair, the beard,
Mhm.
okay? So they did apostles.
All of Israel is commanded to wear a beard. I'm a Jew. We're all commanded to wear a beard when we come of age. And to not cut it. That's the law. That's Levitical law.
Yeah, they say, and that's one thing. They never said Jesus was shaved when he went on the cross because they said, you know, if you shave a person, now there were some characters in the Bible that were shaved, you know, because it's like like an embarrassment,
Right.
you know. So, but they never
Yeah. Two of King David's soldiers
right.
were sent back. They cut their beards off and cut the back of their pants off, and to embarrass them, to shame them. And David put them away until their beards grew back. Yeah, because it's a shameful thing that once we grow our beard, you know, for the Jews, once we grow it, it's shameful to cut it. We're not supposed to cut it. It's a badge of dignity. Today they call the beard toxic masculinity in this secular world, but you know, it's the secular world. Who cares?
Some people wear
The oath of the Nazarite.
sometimes they let their hair go for a while.
Yeah, they're not allowed to cut it at all, though. Christ was a Nazarene.
Or you can take a Nazarite vow and do it for however long, 11 months, 4 months, but then you have Nazarites who are, they promise their life to God.
Yeah, the order of Nazarene, that's a very, very profound and strict order. Um, Paul was commanded to, the Apostle Paul, may the Lord be pleased with him, was commanded to take the oath and grow out his hair and his beard to prove his commitment to the truth, because a lot of people didn't believe him.
There was a lot of man-made laws and rules and a lot of things that got in the way, but, like God said, he does not require sacrifice, he requires obedience.
Right? He'd rather sacrifice than obedience, but we like
He runs obedience.
right. He'd rather obedience than sacrifice, because the sacrifice doesn't absolve us of sin. This is what right, the last sacrifice, right?
Fulfilling all, whatever.
What the law of sacrifice.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, was people being followed. He was saying, "Look, I'm gonna fulfill all of that. I'm gonna put a period on that, and that's the end of that." And
yeah,
things,
animal sacrifice, absolutely. That's something the church gets wrong, because they teach that the law is done away with. It's not. The law of animal sacrifice was done away with when Christ, he abolished it when he gave his life as the ultimate sacrifice. The blood of the lamb, which is for sin, but that doesn't mean that because grace abounds that we are allowed to sin, right? And sin is transgression of God's law, not what man says sin is, but what God says it is, according to the Levitical books. We have a tendency to determine or to make a determination of what we believe and make that our law. And if we believe in God and in Jesus, then we must do what Jesus says, right? Jesus said, if you love me, keep my commandments. If you say you know me and don't keep the commandments, you're a liar and there's no truth in you. You're of your father, the devil, right? So we have to do what Christ said. We're going in here. Just,
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm looking to do.
you sure? I can take you exactly where you got to go.
Oh, no.
No?
I ain't doing my walk. Yeah.
Okay, I can take you, get your steps in. I ain't mad at you.
Okay, bro.
Be good, man. Stay safe, stay healthy. God bless. Well, yeah, I'm gonna not even comment on that. Let's get back to the Joe Rogan experience.
Evil's real.
Evil's real.
Putting money over human lives is evil. It's a real.
Putting money over human lives is evil. You heard that?
Now,
I agree. And evil is a very real thing. Evil exists. I don't know why people want to deny it. Maybe because if you deny it, then you don't got to look at your own evil. And the Jews, and by extension, all of mankind, but the Jews are commanded to examine themselves and know if he be of Christ, know if he be in the truth, know if he is obedient and in the spirit of the Lord, Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That aside, let's get back to it because I'm about to start ranting.
and there's a temptation to do it, which is even. I don't believe that there is anything that can afflict mankind that hasn't got a natural cure.
Hear that? He doesn't believe that there's anything that can afflict mankind that there isn't a natural cure for it. Now, I agree. That was Mel Gibson. I agree. This is for educational purposes only. You with your biased, unfair asses. Don't take any of this down. This is being used in fair use. All right? Commentary. Education. Not entertainment. I'm not here to fucking entertain you. What am I, a fucking clown? Let me not even do it. (123) Hudson Street. Where the fuck is that? So I agree. I think that whatever ails us, God gave us everything green, the herb with seed, everything green as meat and medicine. There's anything that ails us can be cured naturally. There are people who disagree, particularly one in medicine. They'll all disagree that you need that synthetic bullshit pill. But I'm a Jew, and we believe, right? And what we believe supersedes everyone else's belief. Ask any Jew. What we believe is what God tells us, what God commands us. We have that belief. So anything outside of that, to us, to the Jews, whether he's a Hasidic Jew, whether he's an Ashkenazi Jew, whether he's a Sephardic Jew, whether he's an Ethiopian Jew, Lemba, Igbo, whether he's a black Jew, whether he's a Native American Jew, whether he's a Hispanic Latino Jew, whether he's Northern Kingdom Israelite or Southern Kingdom Judean, we believe that God gave us everything we need to heal ourselves, both physically and spiritually, even mentally. So, in a real sense, Mel Gibson is right that No matter what it is that ails us, there's a natural cure for it. We don't need, and again, a cure. There's a cure all, right? The AMA, Big Pharma, they don't want to cure humanity. They just want to treat humanity. There is no money in cure. There's only money in treatment. You got to keep the customer coming back. I remember that when I was a kid, light bulbs would last a long time. Now they don't last that long. Shit, nothing lasts that long. There are vehicles still on the road from the 60s. You're lucky if you can get a vehicle on the road after 100, if you can keep it on the road for after 200,000 miles without any real major damage. There was once a Volkswagen that I knew about, had 300,000 miles on it. I don't remember what years it was. I think it was early 90s. I'm not sure though. I don't recall. Right? There's .8 Toyota still on the road, still functioning, and .8 was late 60s, early 70s, mid 70s, late 70s. Those cars are still on the road. I'm in a fucking Kia. It's got 40,000 miles on it. Right? The last Kia K5, I had two of them shits. And after 90,000 miles, the powertrain started acting up. The transmission started wobbling. And both of them shits, they were both 2021 Kia K5. One was black, one was white. And they both had the same problem. After 90,000 miles, after 70, because that's when I started noticing. And I'll have 70,000 miles in this shit in no time. It was fucking garbage, right? Nothing is made to last. So it is true that medicine, Big Pharma, American Medical Association, anything dealing with health, they do not want to cure people. They just want to treat you with a synthetic drug, right? And the drug is going to do more harm than good. In my estimation, I don't take no medication over the counter, nothing. I have, right? When I was younger, right before I got my mouth fixed, I had, like, my mouth was bad. I was in pain. I lived with pain for about 17 years, maybe longer. I can't even determine. I was 15 when I got the injury and I got surgery. And I never went back after that. That shit was traumatizing. All right, hold on, people. Remind me to tell you about the story about my teeth. Hold on. Very easy. Hello, how are you? Louise, right? That's correct.
I think that has to be. It just makes sense to me. Now, I couldn't prove that, but I just believe that. That there's got to be something that cures things. And I'll tell you a good story. Okay.
Please use your seatbelt.
I have 3 friends. All 3 of them have stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on. And what did they take? They took some, what you've heard they've taken. Ivermectin, bendazole. Yeah. I'm hearing that a lot. They drank hydrochloride, something or other. There's studies on that now where people have proven that they're thinking methylene blue. Methylene blue, which was a fabric dye. Yeah, it was a textile dye. And then they find out it had effects on your mitochondria. Yep. Yeah, this stuff works, man. There's a lot of stuff that does work, which is very strange because, again, it's probably when you hear about things that are demonized and that they turn out to be effective, you always wonder, well, what is going on here? How is our medical institutions, how have they failed us so that things that do cure you are not promoted because they're not profitable, that they can't control, they don't have a patent on it, whether it's vitamin D, K2, and magnesium, Well, yeah, I'm zinc and quercetin. I do all that stuff. Did you do the breakup thing? Yeah. Me too. I do all that stuff. I lost around 30 pounds. It's fantastic. I was talking to Dana, and he said, "Oh, you know," and I said, "Yeah, I got to do something about this." I'm like 5'10", 235. You know, that's too fat. Yeah. So I had to sort of roll it back some. Now I'm under 200. That's great. Should be. You know. But and it was that breakfast stuff. No, Gary's a national treasure. Yeah. And he gets shit on all of it too. Oh shit. When I saw that, I feel better. Oh yeah. Oh, I do all that stuff. Yeah. Cold plunge, sauna. I'm ritualistic. Yeah, it's part of my everyday life. I hear you. Cold plunge is like 30, 40. I don't understand that though. I mean, dude, 34 degrees. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, it's cold. That's hard. Yeah, I get accustomed to it. To me, it's not. I mean, it sucks every time I do it. I don't do it. There's like a part of me that's like my inner bitch. It is. But luckily, the general is stronger than the inner bitch. The general is always telling, "Shut the fuck up." You get in there, and I just get in there every day. But I do like 40. That inner bitch is always talking. It never shuts up. Never shuts up. Don't ever think that like, even though I do it every day, anybody's like, "I don't know how you do it." I don't know how I do it either. But I fucking do it. I make sure I do it. I'm the boss. Yeah. They do the saunas too. Oh yeah, the red light bed. I have a red light bed. Yeah. I have a sauna. Red light bed. I have a hyperbaric chamber. I have everything. I have hyperbaric chambers. Yeah. It's incredible. I gotta get back in there. Oh, I got more holes. It's phenomenal for just overall recovery for everything. It's also been shown to lengthen telomeres. They did a study out of Israel. Yeah, they gave people a protocol over 90 days. You do 60 sessions of 90 minutes over 90 days. Yeah, and it's shown to lengthen telomeres and decrease your biological age. Okay. But you just feel fucking great. That makes sense. Yeah, you're flooding your body with oxygen. Most diseases, a lot of them, come from a lack of oxygen. You know, your body not having enough oxygen is very bad for you. I used to have a Qigong master. This is what blows my mind about ancient stuff. Mm-hmm. This guy is from Shanghai. He didn't speak much English, right? A little bit. His wife translated, and he came in. He could like point at you right from as far away, and you but like feel like to the as powerful as someone pushing you around. It's like, yeah. I'm not kidding. Like, this was happening. Oh shit! I met him when I was like 40. You know, he only just passed away. Damn, too bad. Look at that. I know some people like it. There are others like it. Oh, he's not the only one. He learned it from somebody, and I think he imparts some knowledge. But you know, he would get you, and he would like point at you and stuff like that. It makes you wonder, like, how they build the pyramids. You know, I mean, if he can use his mind and kind of get into quantum physics and move shit around with thought and with energy, there's actual energy coming out of his fingers. They could have built the pyramids like that. I don't know. Maybe somebody had that down somewhere. But well, I'd like to hear a better explanation. Me too. Well, it was really weird. He one time he was working on me, and he was working on my liver. He said, "Your liver is blocked," because he looks at you, and if you look at him, he looks away, and his wife engages you while he checks you out, and then he gives you a little body map, and he puts X's all over it. And you go, yeah, that's right. I got a pain here and a thing there. You know, he knows where everything is. He knows exactly what's going on. Did you ask him what is he seeing your aura? Like, what is he seeing? Everything. He sees everything. He was an allopathic doctor first. He went to medical school. He could write your prescription. He could do all that stuff. He was a doctor. And then he saw that Qigong master, this old guy, and people were lining up getting cured. And he thought, that's really interesting. And he learned that on top of being an allopathic doctor. So one day he's on my back, and I can feel my back at the wall. And there's a poster of a film on the wall, you know, my office. And I'm looking, and I can see him in the background. And he's like down like this, like kung fu, pointing rays of energy at me. And he hit me. He started yelling at my organ, at my liver, like get out, you know, whatever. And I went up the wall, and there was like 8 inches of air under my heels, and I was up the wall, and I was like, whoa! I came back down. It freaked me out.
I bet it did.
And I looked at him, and he just went, he said, don't. He's just science, like that. Just science. just science. Yeah, just science. I was so freaked out. I went to a priest. I said, "This guy demonic or something?" He's like, "Yeah." And the priest was like, he was an old Jesuit, a traditional old guy, and he was a cross between Jimmy Stewart and Elmer Fudd. And that's the way he sounded. And I said, "Is this anything like demonic about this guy?" And I put, he says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Did he heal you?" Like that. And I said, "Why? Yes, he did." And he said, "That's all right then." And he said, "I have no trouble with something like that because it was within the realm of possibility that somebody had a power like that, and then it's inexplicable, but that it works, and it did work." He just passed away. He was pretty old. There was a place that I bought a comic club out here, and before the building that we bought was the Ritz Theater on 6th Street. Mm-hmm. But before that, I was under contract to another building, and this other building was owned by a cult. And this is a crazy story. The cult was awful, horrible. There's a documentary on it. It's called Holy Hell. And this guy was a gay porn star and a hypnotist. He was a yoga instructor. Got a bunch of people in West Hollywood, and then eventually moved them all out here to Austin. But what this guy was doing, one of the things that he would do to his disciples is he would do a thing called the knowing. They had to be chosen for it. They had to earn it. And when he would get them and bestow the knowing upon them, he would touch their head, and they would have this incredible experience. They said they contacted God. Now, all these people denounced him eventually. They left the cult. They all said he was a con man and this and that. But they all talked about that experience, and they said it was the most profound experience of their life, that they really do feel like they came in contact with God. And it's like, what can a person, if a person truly believes, and this other person truly believes that they can do this to them, and they have this moment, and something does happen, like, what is that all inside of us? Do people have ways of pulling that out of you that we've lost track of, that we don't know? And even an evil person is running a cult, manipulating people and exploiting people, but still has this thing that he was able to do to them, that even after they've admitted that this guy exploited them, they say that was the most profound moment of their life. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Because I think, there are party tricks that you can get. Right, but is that party trick that really is a pathway to connect you, at least temporarily, God? That there is a thing inside of us. Well, that's why I went to the priest, because that's right. Because I'm also right. So I thought, I gotta check this out because this is too weird. And he said, "Did he heal?" And I said, "He did." And he said, "That's all right then," because the guy wasn't trying to get anything out. Right. In fact, he never charged me. Really? The first time I went to see him, he charged me, and it was like, okay. And then he never charged me. And he used to call me when I was sick. Real, I wouldn't call him. He knew when I was sick. He'd call me. He said, "I need to come see you." So I had like some sort of a direct line interaction. Pretty amazing. And he could. Oh, this is the other thing. He could teach you martial arts like quickly without you having to know what to do. It was a weird thing. He did it first with myself. So he got him for a couple of weeks, and he said, "I'm going to show you something." I went out there and he blindfolded him. He had these two swords, and he was doing all this, this crazy stuff. I said, how did he learn that so fast? He said, it was in him. I'm like, whoa. He started to do a thing. He taught me how to harness this energy and to actually begin what seemed to be almost like involuntary movement. And depending on the hand mode you took, it would create a style of kata or self-defense. I used to do a crude martial art, not crude, but like a hard martial art. Totally Kyokushinkai. Okay. Yeah. Way back. Kyokushinkai. Yeah, I think it's Korean. It's Japanese. It is? Yeah, I can't remember. But it's like, I didn't stick with it. But it was, but he got this whole other approach of breathing and visualization that would actually draw energy
Right here? Okay. Have a good morning. You're welcome. All right, so I gotta go back on that because they said a bunch of shit there. Then they started getting kooky. Not that I don't believe them.
Those kind of stories inspire the hell out of me. So, when back to this idea of evolution,
No,
So-
too far.
malaria, yeah, and people have been taking it forever. Sure, pregnant women can take it. Yeah, great, that makes sense. Yeah, you're flooding your body with oxygen.
There we
Most
go.
diseases
Let's go back.
never shuts up. Don't ever think that it like even things that do cure you are not promoted because they're not profitable.
You should have stopped there, but
And they had some serious stuff going on. And what did they take?
let's go back here.
Is evil. It's a real thing, and there's a temptation to do it too, which is even more crazy. I don't believe that there is anything that can afflict mankind
We've already
that
covered
hasn't got a natural cure.
a natural cure.
I think that there has to be. It just makes sense to me. Now I can prove that, but I just believe that. That there's got to be something that cures things. And I'll tell you a good story. Okay. I have 3 friends. All 3 of them have stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on. And what did they take? They took some, what drug they taken? Ivermectin, Bendazole. Yeah, I'm hearing that a lot. They drank
Fenbendazole. Let's look that up. For cancer, fenbendazole. Hold on. What is fenbendazole? Fenbendazole. Hold on, I had to pull over to read this. Okay. Fenbendazole is a benzimidazole. Fenbendazole is a benzimidazole drug with broad spectrum antiparasitic properties used in humans and animals. It is approved for veterinary use in dogs, cats, horses, cattle, sheep, rabbits, seals, and fish. Dogs, it treats parasites like hookworm and some tapeworms. In cats, its use is considered off-label. Fenbendazole has also garnered attention for its potential as an anti-cancer therapy. Okay, sounds good.
Next, your pickup at 330 Angelo Cifelli Drive.
Angelo Cifelli Drive. Let's go. Going to Harrison, folks. That's that Kearney. No, that's Harrison. So fenbendazole and monoclonal antibodies. Anyway, let's go back. Too far.
hearing that a lot. They drank hydrochloride.
Yeah.
Just believe that. That there's got to be something that cures things. And I'll tell you a good story. Okay. I have 3 friends. All 3 of them have stage 4 cancer.
Stage 4.
All 3 of them don't have cancer.
All 3 of them don't have cancer. Look at
And
that
they
shit.
had some serious stuff going on. And what did they take? they took some, what you've heard they take,
Acting.
fenbendazole.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I'm hearing that a lot.
they got hydrochloride something. Or
There's studies on that now where people have proven that
they're drinking methylene
Yeah.
blue.
yeah, methylene blue was a feather dye. Yeah, it was a textile dye. And they find it has profound effects on your mitochondria.
Yep.
Yeah,
This stuff works.
and there's a lot of stuff that does work, which is very strange because, again, it's profit. When you hear about things that are turn out to be effective, how is our medical fit failed us so that things that do cure you are not promoted because they're not profitable?
So, is that a fact? In fact, that things that do cure conditions, diseases like cancer, are not promoted because they're not profitable. Fenbendazole is an anti-parasitic used in animals, so they'll probably say that it's an animal, drug. But clearly, it's been shown to have a positive effect on cancer, right? Like it's killing cancer cells. And I heard recently some doctor, I don't remember his name. Probably a good thing because I don't want to get him, in any type of trouble. But he said that cancer is parasites. That cancer cells they come from parasites. So we have to treat or deal with that, right? So it seems to me that fenbendazole as an anti-parasitic is affecting cancer cells because they're parasites. Makes sense, right? I don't know. Tell me, right? When you get to listen to this, comment. Let me know where you are. Again, I'm just sharing the information because surprisingly, Joe Rogan has a lot of interesting guests and he knows a bunch of shit now. But he got a lot of interesting people that know their shit. And, far be it for me to not share that information. A lot of people hate Joe Rogan, but a lot more like him, I think. And the ones that don't like him don't even give him a chance. They're just listen to what they're being told by the mainstream media. But I'm picking up, so there's going to be some dead air. I'm just going to play the program.
They can't control it. They don't have a patent on it. Whatever vitamin D and K2 and magnesium.
Hello, how are you? I'm well, thank you. Hello, how are you, sir? For time?
Please use your seatbelt.
You're good for time?
singing courses. I do all that stuff. Yeah, yeah. Me too. I do all that stuff. It's fantastic. And I said, yeah, I got this. So I'm like, 2:35. I said, yeah. So I had to no, that's great. And just, I'm married to a national treasure. I don't get shit on. Oh, I do all that stuff. I hear it. Yeah, that's what that's. Yeah. Never shuts up. Don't even think that you know you do it every day. Anybody's like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how I do it either. I probably do it. Make sure I do it like this. I recall. Oh yeah, red light. I have a red light there. Yeah. I have a sauna, red light there. I have a bear chamber. I have airboy. I have air chambers. Yeah, it's incredible. Incredible. I gotta get back. Oh, it's phenomenal for just overall recovery. Shown Lincoln Television did a study out of it. Yeah, they gave people a protocol over 90 days, maybe 60 sessions of 90 minutes over 90 days. And it's shown the Lincoln Television decrease your biological age. And you just feel fucking great. It makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, you're flooding your body with oxygen. Most diseases, a lot of them, come from a lack of oxygen. You know, your body not having enough oxygen is very bad for you. I used to have a Qigong master. This is what blows my mind about medicine and about ancient stuff. This guy is from Shanghai. He didn't speak much English. Look, his wife would translate for him. And he kept him in and he could like language. This guy. But like people like that's how someone pushed me. Yeah. I'm not kidding. I met him. He only just passed away. He can't do that. Oh no, people like there are other like some think you're part of the knowledge. But you know, you get if you can use it and kind of get quantum physics and new shit and energy, there's actually energy. Thing. Maybe somebody has that talent. But well, I like to hear about it. Me too. It's he one time he was working and he was working on my lip. He said, "Your little block." He looks at you and if you look at him, and his wife engages you, he checks you out, and then he gets into a body now. He knows everything. He knows exactly what's going on. Did you not know he's seeing your aura? But what does he see? Everything. He sees everything. He was an allopathic doctor first. He went to medical school. He could write your prescription. He could do all that stuff. He was a doctor. And then he saw a Qigong master, this old guy, and people were lining up getting cured of Daxter. And he learned that on top of being an allopathic doctor. So one day he's at me on my back and he's pushing, and I can feel like that at the wall. And there's a poster on the wall, you know, my arm. I can see him in the background. He's like, yeah, like this, like how you raise the energy. And he started yelling at my board, at my lip. And I went up the wall. There was like 8 inches of air. I looked at it and just, just science. he was a cross between Huey Stewart and that's the way he sounded. I said, "Is this?" He says, "Whoa, dude." Yes, he did. And he said, "That's all right." He says, "I have no trouble with something like that." But it was within the realm of possibility. And I didn't think it was, but it works. And it did. He just passed away. He was pretty young. There was a place that, I talked about, and before the building that we got, the around 6 years before that, I was under contract to another building. But what this guy was doing, one of the things that he would do to his disciples is he would do a thing called the knowing. They had to be chosen before they were born. And when he would get stuff, and they would go to the site, and they called it experience. It's like one person, this other person truly lost track of it. We don't know even evil. It's what you call people that still has this thing that wants people to do that. But even if they didn't, they say that and he said,
Okay, cool. Have a great flight. Get back home safe. Thank you.
Stuff like that, like really get your heart rate up, stuff like that. So, I'm trying. Hey, I'm 69 years old, so it's like it's going to be like 7 decades. Yeah, but I want to stay fit if I can. And I banged myself up a little too much when I already myself paying for it. And like in your 60s, man, you're not there yet. That starts. Yep, I feel it. I feel it. Yep, how old? 57, 58 is oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's my first notice. I went down to weird shot up stem cells in 2 years. These guys keep going back. Yeah, I go back on. That's the thing. Body's just not going to heal the way it did when you're younger, unless you consistently get therapy for that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm in reasonable shape today, and I think I'm in reasonable shape. But I'm just, it's just trying to push the old man. Methods to do it. Yeah, that's what it is. Keep the body as young as you possibly can. Yeah, and handle a lot from it. That's what I do. Just demand a lot and make sure I recover. I think a lot of it's about meditation. You can actually get into a headspace that kind of cools you out and stops the stress, even no matter what's going on. I'm going to have to do it tonight when I find out whether I still have a home. Yeah. Well, if anything is demonic, it's the fires in Los Angeles. Yeah. I remember one time we were filming Fear Factor and we had to drive home. We had to cancel the shoot or end it early and drive home because the fires had hit. And this was like we were off the 5 and driving home for 50 minutes on the highway. The right side of the highway was in flames. Yeah. Like Lord of the Rings, like Sauron is coming over the top. It looked fucking insane. It's biblical. It looks insane. You gotta be careful too, because you could die. So you can't breathe. If you can't breathe, or if the cars in front of you catch fire and it blows this way, and all the cars catch fire, and you can't get off the road, the right view's on fire, the left view's on fire, and the fire is coming up the highway. Like, yeah, people die. Yep, I got hung once by mistake. And it was I felt it. And I had my neck and I was directing the film, so I'm not around. And I'm like, so I'll just be hanging here like this. And then the next thing I knew, I was waking up, I was on the floor. And there were all these people standing there looking at me. People doing get to work, it was like, and they said, well, you hung yourself. I said, oh, kidding me. It happens in an instant, and you don't know it. It wasn't painful, nothing. I was just gone. Were you probably going to choke out? Yeah, thrown out by the noose. And then they grabbed me by the legs and got the rope off. Jesus. You're a Braveheart. Oh, really? Oh, wow. It was funny. So I found out what it was like to go into the next round. But of course, we did, I was fortunate enough to work with Horion Racing. 39 years. Yeah. He's just come from Brazil. Well, I remember when we were doing Lethal Weapon, it was the first time I'd ever seen jiu-jitsu move. A leg choke. Yeah. He taught me, Horion taught the leg choke. He grabbed your foot. Yeah. It was cool. But it was, now my girlfriend does it. Yeah, I learned not to talk. She's legit. She's legit. Purple belt is basically a black belt. You just need a little bit more time. Yep. I always tell all jiu-jitsu students, if you need the purple belt, you are a black belt. You're going to be a black belt. bullshit, but you just gotta stay on that bullshit. She's obsessed. Yeah, and she's, as I say, I don't talk about it. I think the purple belt is the hardest belt to get to. It is, because it's just like, in the beginning, you're just getting crushed. That's jiu-jitsu, especially for women. It's so difficult for women because they don't have the physical strength that men have. Yeah. Because you can kind of get away with a lot. If you're a big, strong guy, you can get away with a lot of shit. But then by the time you get to purple belt, like, man, you have to have real technique, and you have to have a real understanding of what's going on. She's got a good mind, and I think she's like a chess player. It is like that, because I know from fighting with her. she wins arguments when she's wrong. So sometimes you let them win, though, right? Yeah, it's like you gotta walk away. Oh yeah, sometimes you gotta go. Okay, it's my second thought. Yes, yeah. But she got it perfect. That's amazing. Yeah, good for her. Yeah. A woman black belt. That's an unbelievably exceptional woman. They can get to that because they have to roll with men, and it's just so she does get this advantage. And she's like, she's done some exceptional things I've heard. So it's like, it's pretty good, and that's awesome. Yeah. I didn't follow it up. You can still do it. No, I'm a more baseball bat gun kind of guy. Well, you careful with that in California. Yeah, you wind up being in jail. Yeah, that's true. You wind up using it to protect yourself and to lock you up. Yes, it's which is also evil. Yeah, that happens. Yeah. There's a perverse nature in our society right now. When you look at your life now and you're on your third act, as we're saying, like, what do you look forward to these days? Is it creating things? Is it creation? Yeah, I think it's about creation, and I figure I'm pretty average at most things, but I'm good at a couple of things. I know how to tell a story on film. I know how to do that. I don't know. That's a weird place to be, but I think a lot can be achieved by art and image, and you can convey it. I don't know how to say it. You can do things to affect people emotionally or spiritually, even without being overt. I always like to reference just a shot that, and it's in a Ridley Scott movie.
YouTube, this is for educational purposes. It's the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm playing it and commenting on, the interview. Right now, they're talking about movies and film and all that other shit, and it's got nothing to do with me. Right? So I can't really make a comment because I'm not a filmmaker. I do appreciate the fact that they are, that he is explaining, what he's good at. We all have things that we're good at and average at and exceptional at. I would tell you what I'm exceptional at, but it's frowned upon. Right? Good business. Let's just say that. I did good business. Exceptionally well. And were it not for my jury, I probably would still be doing it. So, back to it. For educational purposes only. Commentary. I'm not here to fucking entertain you, though.
And you don't know why it works, or why it's effective on some level, but it's kind of a profound, effective shot. And it's that first shot in the Gladiator movie where he's running his hand over the wheat, right? With that music and stuff. Why does that work? I don't know. You can't explain it, but it works. Oh, Ridley Scott is a master. Yeah, that's a visionary human being.
Good morning.
He knows how to shoot. Yeah. And that's really, it's a valid too. Every time he goes Do you have different goals with different projects? Like obviously, Flight Risk entertainment. Yeah, fun, entertaining, and yeah, and yes, different goals. And the other thing too is like we're living in a different time now. So, I mean, everything's upside down, and you have to compete in a medium where you have less time, less money, do it fast, do it now. And it's like, wow, can I do that? I always had the luxury of like 3,000 people on horses, stuff, and was able to take my time with stuff. But I had 22 days, and here you got to tell the story in 22 days. Felt the challenge of being able to do that and being able to make something that really got people like they could watch it. I'm glad you saw it. I'm glad you liked it. And that's all I want. I just want people to have a nice little ride, a fun ride, entertainment. But yes, you have different goals for things. I mean, the next thing that I tackle is more profound. It's going to take more out. This is the resurrection story. Yeah. And I even had to change my entire life to do it. How so? You can't go into a project as profound in nature as that without somehow preparing yourself for it. It's like preparing for a fight, right? Like you have to be fit for the fight, and yes, you have to spiritually prepare yourself for it, and that's going to take some time. And because I profess this and I profess that, I'm not a great example of Christianity. I'm just I'm flawed and I make a lot of mistakes, but I have to try and be better somehow in order to make that. So what does that mean? I think I know what it means. Well, one of the things that I thought was fascinating was reading and listening to Jim Caviezel talk about his experience playing Christ in the film. That just changed that guy's course of his whole life. It was fascinating to watch him work, actually. And most of the time, I just like that because he was doing something that, and I've seen a lot of people portray Jesus in the film, and I never buy it. You can't quite buy it. Right. Something creeps in the color that's not something's not right or discordant. And some of them are pretty good, but you never quite believe it. What was the one the phone movie? Oh, that was a Scorsese. Right. What was that called? The Last Temptation. That's right. Which interested me. I was in a hotel in the Savoy and I had food poisoning. I was eating a bad oyster. And I was dying in a hotel room.
¿Está bien?
And I couldn't eat.
Have a good, you're welcome, man. Have a good morning.
I saw this cord and all of a sudden a door opened up and Jeeves came in and he said, yes, I'm like, whoa. I said, I'm really sick. So they said, what do you think I should eat? I suggest consomme and a cup of tea. So, okay, so this blood took care of me. While I was there, Scorsese called, come on, I want to talk to you. So I went and talked to Martin. And he's in this room, opened up the screen from 18 different TVs going on sometime in this dark room. And he's talking to me about Last Temptation of Christ. And he wants me to play Jesus. And I said, whoa, I'm not doing that. And I sort of got out of there. And then I went back to my room and they changed my room. Now, this is really weird. They had changed my room and moved my stuff. And they told me they were going to do it for me. So I'm using a key to get into my room and it won't work. And the door opens up all of a sudden and it's Keith Richards in his underpants standing there staring through me and this girl in mink coat walking around it. Mink coat and nothing else walking background. And Keith Richards standing there in his underpants with a spliff. And I'm like, I tried to explain that I thought it was my room, but it wasn't. It was ridiculous. I'm 26 years old. And he just looks at me like, shuts the door in my face. I said, well, that was my meeting with Keith Richards. Slammed the door in my face. That was fantastic, Anyway, but what were we doing? He did something I think that nobody And I think he pulled it off because I totally believed it. I believed it too. And it was like, what did he do? He emptied himself out. Yeah. And he invited something else in. And he left it. He didn't try anything. He emptied himself out. He meditated. And he let Christ in. But that role seemed to have a profound effect on him as a human being. And kind of fucked him up in his career a little bit. Because people associated him entirely with that film, and then they associated him with Christianity, and then they associated him with right-wing politics, and then he got sidetracked by a few guys. I mean, there's some people they get in your ear. It's like catches in the top. Right. And they just make a speech somewhere, and it's like they're throwing eggs at you. Yeah. And you wonder, should I even be saying this? And so he stepped on a bunch of landmines. But it did have a profound effect on him. But I think he was already mostly there anyway. And I noticed that because when I was trying to cast it, I thought, who could play it? And I saw the opening shot from Terry Malick's film, which was The Thin Red Line. And it was just a big close-up of Caviezel. And there was something otherworldly and childlike going on there in the close-up. And I thought, who's that guy? He's amazing. Of course, you couldn't keep the blue eyes. You had to trade him out. So I changed the color of his eyes to brown and all that. So he came from the region. Right. But amazing. But he already had a quality, an ethereal kind of otherworldly space cadet quality. Yeah. And he's still kind of like that. He's still yeah, I wish I had met him, or I haven't met him still, but I wish I had seen him before and then after. To see like what did that role change him? Because it seemed to strengthen his faith. Sure, it did. Yeah. He got in real tight with it, and I think he had some experiences while he was doing it. He suffered a little, And did he get struck by lightning? Well, there's 2 times there was these lightning strikes happening on the set, And there was this guy with him. He was a young fella, one of the assistants on the film. His name was Jan. And old Jan was like, he's like 6'2", Northern Italian guy. If he tripped in the street, women would slide under him. It was that kind of stuff. And the guy was like a babe magnet, right? And I think he was taking advantage of the gifts he had. But he got hit by lightning the first time. We were out on the hill and there was a lightning storm, like with the crosses and stuff. Oh, Jesus. And this guy called Chiappo, he was a grip, and he never spoke a word to me the whole time. He's just a quiet kind of guy. And I figured, he doesn't know English. But he came out to me, and in perfect English, he said, no, I think you should get all the people off the hill. We could be struck by lightning. I thought, it's a good idea. Let's get off the hill. So we're moving off the hill. Everybody's getting off. And this kid gets hit through the umbrella. This Jan guy. He gets zapped by lightning, right? But he's 22, and he goes to the disco hall and dance. He's doing the whole, 22 experience. And he comes back and he's like, yeah, it was great. And then he was with Jim the second time it happened. But this time, I found him in a Fiat Bambino with his knees up around his ears, like waiting for the third strike. He was like, this just doesn't happen twice in the third strike. And he said, doing that movie must have had a profound effect on a lot of people. Because you were doing something that wasn't just a film. It was verite kind of. Yeah. And it was strengthening people's faith. That film was profound success. And a lot of people just the idea of safety. Especially in Hollywood. You had to self-fund all that, right? Yes, it was self-funded, and ended up a very strange experience happening. I thought we had to be upgraded. And it was, then I got these messages that both majors wouldn't. So I was like, distributed, okay, I guess the money was worth the experience. And so one guy was left in the room. cassette. It's like, oh, I'll distribute. And he had a little company called New Market. And they distributed like 1 or 2 films before. And I think it was a Charlize Theron movie called A Monster about that horrible serial. Oh yeah, yeah. And he said, I'll do it. And you know, it was just really basics. I went and I met the exhibitors. And you know, and this guy was like the distributor. This little company was just him, a toothless dog, and a fax, and an assistant. And it was like, okay, what's all the smoke and mirrors about this between the distribution and exhibition? I met handshake deals with all the exhibitors. Yeah, we'll show this. I said, okay. And we put it out there. And it went out. Nobody expected it to do much, but it did phenomenally well. And there was this kind of thing in the town that said, anyone just see that? Anyone just see what that guy did? Yeah, what the guy did. And yeah, we don't want anyone to do it. You know, because it sort of walked around the entire system. Yeah. And scored. Right. So there was 2 things. There was resistance to the Christianity aspect of it, and the emotion of Christianity, and then there was resistance to the fact that you went outside the system. That's something I had no alternative, right? Because no major would back it because of the Christianity aspect of it. I guess, yeah. Yeah. Well, Riverbrook said, you know, he wanted to, and then he said, nah. And then somebody advised him that he'd be out of business in 5 years. Riverbrook, wow. In 5 years, if he distributed that, yeah. And I was like, wow, if he's scared, what should I'm gonna crash and burn here. But it actually. It did. Yeah. And then again, I tried to. I went to the studio and Apocalypse filmed it, and it didn't work out so well. It didn't? In what way? Well, it's interesting. The film was a film with it had no stuff. It was in another language, and it came out of the weekend with another film that had Leo in it, and another film that had Cameron Diaz. And so those 3 films came out on the same weekend, and the one with no stars and without the language won the weekend monetarily. It won the box office by a narrow margin on the other 2. And the second week out, Disney pulled the screens. Really? Yeah. So I thought, oh, that's funny. No, screens are gone. I guess there's another agenda. Because that was another self-funded. Did they pull screens because they had movies that they were deals with? I think so. But you know, it's just politics. And, you know, and I think perhaps the distribution deal on that wasn't good. Right. Something else. You know. So it's it's all business. It's a phenomenal movie though. It's a great film, and it did better afterwards. In DVD and streaming and all that. Yeah. Yeah. It did well. Yeah. I watched it again like 2 years ago. Yeah. I hadn't seen it in a while, and I watched it again, and I forgot a bunch of aspects of it. God damn, he's just yes. And I think I love Primitive and Primal Emotion. I mean, basically, it's the guy just trying to get back home to save his wife and kid, and he's got a lot of Jack Reese, that guy Jason, trying to skin him. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. I sat through. So we went next to he said, "Oh, so we got up with Mike News and Columbus and all that, and then we just started making the story, and we wrote. Wow, and some assistant. He actually tapped it. Crazy. So when you're making this resurrection movie now, you also have this obligation. There's this. You're doing a very similar thing that you were doing with the Passion of the Christ, where this is a profound story. Yet, when you put something like that together, how do you choose who's going to be the next Jesus? You use him again. Cavino. I know it's 20 years later. It's 20 years later. Yeah, but it's the right guy. Yeah, but it's supposed to be 3 days later, but he got 20 years old. I think I have to use.
Have a good night. I mean, good morning.
CGI and all the amazing things out. Yeah, by the time you film it, even better. Yeah. When are you gonna start filming? I'm hoping there's a lot required because it is. I'll just tell you this: it has the truth. When we wrote it, it is like I never read anything like it. And my brother and Randall, all congregating on this. Some good heads put together, but some crazy stuff. And I think in order to tell the story properly, you have to start with the fall of the angel, right? Yeah. Which is you're in another place. You're in another realm. You know, you need to go to hell. You need to go to Sheol. So you're gonna have hell. You're gonna have all that. Whoa, sure, you gotta get right. You gotta have his origin. How do you represent? How do you depict that? This is a good question, and I think I have ideas about how to do that, and ideas about how to evoke things and emotions in people from the way you depict it and the way you shoot it. So I've been thinking about it for a long time. It's not going to be easy. It's going to require a lot of planning, and I'm not wholly sure I can tell you the truth. It's really super ambitious, but I'll take a crack at it because that's what you got to do, right? Walk up to the plate, right? So I think I can get it, but it's not about me, you know. Right. It's about something else. Well, so, if anybody can do it, you can do it. Well, I hope so. Yeah. It's trying to find the way in that's not like cheesy, but that actually it's almost like magic. This diversion is obfuscate this, show that over here. You know, yeah. It's yeah. Yeah. So that's a time. And yeah, it's very ambitious. That's all I'll say. It took a long time to write. Really ambitious. It goes from Fall of the Angels to Death of the Last Apostle. Do you have a start date? I don't have a start date. I just have to begin pre-production, see what happens. And it's just going to roll in its own time. It's taking its own time. I thought it was late. I didn't want to take it too long. It's taking too long. It's just right. Right. Yeah. It's going to take it. Yeah. Well, if you believe that, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you're right. I think my instincts are that I'm right. Yeah. And if I was going to trust anybody with that story, it would be you. Yeah. I don't know. It's a massive thing. And theologically, it's something that you have to really look at and make correlations that ring true. Because it's not all written. Do you consult with someone like a biblical scholar? Oh yeah. Yeah. And of course, there's your own. I think it comes into it from having read the book a few times. You read the book a few times. And, it's amazing how your memory, how these recessive files in the background, how you can correlate this piece to that piece over there. And that's important because juxtaposition is everything in the story. And what it means in a bigger picture. Yeah. So it's hard to explain. It's quite involved. Now, what can I imagine? Yeah. And I don't know if you can do it in a foreign language because the concept's too difficult now. So you may have to resort to the vernacular. That at least is clear. Is that up for debate right now with you? Yeah. Don't think but have you seen these apps now where they have this AI stuff where the guy's talking German and he switches to French and he to Spanish and Chinese? Yeah. Have you seen that? Yeah. And it's about right. Crazy what they do. So you're going to use that kind of a tool? You could. You begin it in Aramaic or in Hebrew. Maybe. Yeah, Aramaic wow. And apparently they understood it, so I was happy about that. Wow. So that was good. Yeah, 400,000 people. Oh, in the world. That makes more sense. Yeah, sorry. But to preserve those 400 people,
Word.
not many people see that. But that's quite good. Well, I can't wait to see it, man.
Yeah, me neither.
And I just want to say I appreciate you very much. All the stuff that you've done. You've made some really awesome pieces in your life. You really have. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Great stuff. I'm blown away by where you got to, which is like, didn't you start off just smoking a spliff on a couch with a guy? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah. It's a bit bizarre. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how it happened. No. It's good. I just kind of kept doing it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it takes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna keep doing.
Thank you. I'm watching it all the time. Thank you. There was no plan to it. I'll tell you that. There still kind of isn't. I still kind of do it the same way. Okay. Every day you wake up. Yeah, I just look at my phone. I go online and see who I want to talk to. It's kind of be interesting. Yeah. That's just it. You get some pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I was amazed at that. I can't remember his name. Terrence. He was all into. Terrence Howard? Yeah, the actor. Yeah. Great guy. Had a bunch of stuff going on. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, he's out there. Yeah. He's out there. But I mean, you have to be one of those guys. You do. Well, listen, brother. Thank you very much for everything. Appreciate you coming in here. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. New movie great, and all your stuff's great. I'm a big fan. So. Yeah. Check it out. Yeah. When is it coming out? Oh God, on the 25th, 24th, 25th. Yeah, 24th. Okay. So soon. Yeah. It's fun. It is fun. Yeah. I enjoy it. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. That was awesome. And you can't take it down because it was for educational purposes and commentary. Fair use, you heard? So don't take it down. I said that periodically throughout the commentary, so whatever. And I didn't even do it all the whole show, right? I started it halfway because I was only interested in certain sections of it. But that's how I intended to do the show. Comment. Not react, but comment, like maybe reaction. I don't know. But take things that interest me and share them with you. Now, that's going to be difficult on this, the way I'm doing it because what the fuck? I'm driving. And a lot of people are on some other shit. They don't really want to hear whatever. Not that I care, right? They're paying for a fucking ride and they're getting a ride. That's it. The reality is that I try to be, as considerate as possible. Because it's my livelihood. I tell my family, "Get the fuck out of here. Sit down, shut up." Because you're not paying me. And I'm considerate with my family, but only to the degree where they don't overstep. Because if you let them, they will. Mine will. I don't know about your families, but mine is shot the fuck out. Anyway, after this ride, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna keep it rolling, for this last ride. Maybe I'll go a little longer. I don't know. I don't have enough money. It's a shit day. It's today, Tuesday or Wednesday. It was Tuesday, so today's Wednesday. It's Wednesday now. Yeah, I'm way behind my minimum. Here comes the person, so stand by.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so
You
much.
speak Spanish?
Poco.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Have the PIN number. 9617. Gracias.
A la orden. Ujú. Entonces, you say degrees, ¿cómo se dice degrees en español?
Grados,
12 grados.
12 grados, pero maybe bajo cero.
Right, que se parece
No,
a...
uno regular.
Right.
Yeah. Supuestamente 9 afuera.
Right.
Ayer estuvo 1 bajo cero.
Ya, no. En la norte
Ajá.
y bajó a 2,
Dos bajo cero, sí.
pero se sentía
No sé la sensación térmica. Yo
menos
salí como a las 9 a Home Depot.
Ah.
Oh my
por la
God.
mañana.
En la mañana.
Ok, no. Esto fue como ahora.
Ajá, como ahora.
2 ¿cómo es? Grados,
2 grados bajo cero.
pero se sentía como dijeron en la noticia.
Ajá.
Allá arriba se sentía como menos de 18.
Puede ser. La sensación térmica.
So,
Ya.
estaba malo porque salí del automóvil
Ajá.
y me metí para atrás. Estaba,
No, tiene que ponerse abrigo, no salga así nomás.
yo
Está
estaba
muy
así.
bonito. No. Un suéter grueso o un jaque, no puede. Yo me iba a traer otro jaque más liviano, pero dije no, porque más tarde yo vengo en bus, salgo 12:30, 1.
Y como va a estar como 23 a las 12 esta tarde.
No sube más de 20 hace un par de.
Yeah.
Yo vi el time de 21 nada más.
Mm.
Okay. Mañana 30 ya sube, ya. 30 ya es de humanos.
Ujú.
Viernes 34, sábado 32, domingo 42,
Nice.
lunes 40 y martes 41.
Okay, that's not bad. It's not still cold. Todavía está frío, pero no tanto.
Después de 30 para mí,
Ujú.
está bien. Cuando baja de 25, ahí está malo.
Ajá.
O baja de 30.
Yeah.
¿De dónde es su familia?
So,
Una mezcla,
no.
¿no?
Nosotros somos boricua,
Ok.
de Borinquen.
Ajá.
Yo nací aquí.
Ok. Ahí está el detalle. Mira ese corriendo ahí.
Ajá.
No se ha muerto porque Dios es grande. Sí, es difícil cuando los muchachos nacen acá.
Ajá.
Muchos de los puertorriqueños no saben nada de español.
Pero para mí,
Muchos sí.
es, como se dice, deliberate.
Ajá.
Yo no quería aprender el español porque no es la idioma de mis antepasados.
Exacto,
Eso no es la idioma. So, yo aprendí el idioma de ellos. Fue hebreo. So, aprendí eso.
Había otra familia, otro país con familia.
No. Esa es la idioma propia de los taínos, de todo el Caribe.
Todo Caribe, Puerto Rico.
Todo el Caribe.
De verdad.
Y norte, sur y sur, en norte, centro y Sudamérica, todo eso.
Ajá.
Ellos, la idioma de ellos fue hebreo.
Wow.
Y eso, el español no la quería porque no fue la propia idioma.
Y ahora es bilingüe.
Ahora sí, yes. Ahora
¿Sabes 3 idiomas?
No. Solo 2. Estoy aprendiendo el español. So, todavía no la tengo.
Pero bastante se defiende. Y con el trabajo, ahora en Estados Unidos, no solo acá, todos los Estados Unidos, es la mayoría, hay muchos hispanos,
Mucho.
Años atrás cuando yo vine, no, 33 años atrás no había muchos hispanos aquí.
¿Pero a dónde llegaste? ¿Aquí en Nueva Jersey? Porque cuando yo estaba joven,
Ajá.
ahora tengo 54 años. Cuando yo estaba joven,
20, 15 años no había muchos hispanos.
por en la norte sí. En la norte,
¿Tenía 15 años?
cuando yo tenía 7 años.
Ajá.
La norte, Broadway, Bloomfield Avenue,
Ajá.
todo para arriba.
Ajá.
Hasta Central Avenue, para
Ajá.
atrás, para Broadway. Todo eso fue boricua y cubano.
Ok, ya.
Todo eso, todo el norte completo.
Era
Boricua.
mucho boricua.
Boricua y cubano.
Wow.
Um,
Ya no miramos cubanos aquí.
no, pues,
Se
están,
fueron.
sí, ¿sabe Lake Street?
Ujú.
Ahí están las familias cubanas.
Ok. Lo que queda.
Lo que queda, las casas grandes allá en Lake Street, esos son los cubanos.
Era de diferencia grande los cubanos porque no se ven jóvenes y eso que sea. Muchos se han ido para Florida.
Yeah, para Florida.
Clima. Muchos han adaptado por el cambio de clima. Yo
Ujú,
tengo una amiga puertorriqueña, fue mi hermana y en el McDonald's.
ujú.
Ella es hija de puertorriqueña, habla muy bien el español, pero uno de sus bebés empezó a padecer de pulmón, como una mancha, una enfermedad que hay. Y seguido le daba asma
Mm,
o se asfixiaba por la molestia del pulmón.
ujú.
Y el doctor le dijo, no, mijita, te tienes que ir a Puerto Rico o Miami. Y ella se fue para Miami.
I know that's right.
Y el nene dijo, ok,
Está bien.
sí,
Yeah. También se puede ir para Phoenix.
Arizona,
Yeah.
es caliente, no cae nieve ni una temporada.
No cae nieve, pero en la norte. Pero en Phoenix, eso está caliente. En la noche se enfría porque es un desert. Pero no creo que, no sé, en verdad, pero no creo que la nieve caiga ahí.
Porque sé que Arizona cae nieve en una parte.
Arriba, en la norte, yeah.
Como Texas cae nieve.
Ahora, pero años pasados no. Ahora cae nieve en el sur. South Carolina, Norte Carolina, Georgia, Florida.
Mi hijo vive en Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
En
Allá,
Stanford.
yeah. Allá cae.
Cayó nieve
Ajá,
más que aquí hace como un par de semanas.
ajá.
Y dice mi hija que hay volcanes de nieve porque las pulgadas que cayeron fueron de 8 a 10 por ahí.
Mi madre está en Virginia,
¿Qué área está?
en Christiansburg.
En Christian City.
Eso está por Roanoke,
Colindando con Washington.
más por ahí, como por Washington.
Ya.
Yeah.
Yo digo Crystal City.
No,
Oh.
Christiansburg.
Ok. No, mi otro hijo está en Alexandria.
Okay, yeah.
No es Alexandria, es pasado Washington DC.
Ajá.
Después de Christian City.
Norfolk.
No.
Tampoco.
No Arlington.
Arlington, Virginia.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Arlington, Virginia.
Yeah, eso está ahí mismo, con Washington.
Sí, me encanta. No me diga, amiga, viví ahí una temporada en una casita así que están puerta con puerta. Después vendieron esa y se fueron a comprar la casa allá. Ella trabaja para préstamos de casa. Es un loan.
Mortgage company. Yeah. Business.
Yeah.
A lot of money.
Sí. Ella comenzó con una barriga de 8 meses hace 6 años y ahora está entre las 10 mejores prestamistas. Y lo que cumplió 40 años.
Oh, joven.
Sí. Ella comenzó como a los 34 ser prestamista, estudió, era secretaria de ellos y el jefe le dijo, mira, yo te pago las clases, éntrale. Ella sabe portugués, español, inglés, estudió aquí toda la high school, college, por un semestre no era inspectora de sanidad en New Jersey.
Oh, shit, really? That's good.
Y él tiene clases de inspectora de sanidad. Si quiere revaler su título, solo quiere estudiar una clase más que le falta y ya.
Yeah.
Ella se pagó su estudio, trabajaba como oficinista en aquella compañía que se llama Transfax. Tal vez oíste mencionar.
Okay.
Yeah. De ahí se va a Virginia, se casó con un muchacho nacido ahí. Y ella está mi hija, ya tiene 3 niños.
Nice.
Yo tengo 10 nietos, muchacho.
Nice. Yo tengo otro.
Estamos jóvenes. ¿Ok?
Yes, ma'am.
Vete por drive, por favor.
Por drive-thru.
Sí, vete por drive. Me dejan, no, aquí de este lado. Me dejas en la última puerta ya. carro no me gusta nada. No hay un pasajero.
Yeah. Está haciendo Uber. Está por aquí.
Sí, exacto. Maybe. Si hay orden extra, nadie la va a dar porque ya no tenemos, ¿cómo se dijera?
Security.
Overnight lo quitamos. Solo
Oh,
viernes en la noche y sábado.
oh, so esto no es 24 horas
No,
nomás. Oh,
no.
wow. Okay.
Solo viernes y sábado.
Okay.
Antes era miércoles, jueves y viernes.
Ajá.
Claro.
Me
Ahora
recuerdo.
tengo que venir en Uber.
Ah.
3 días. Gracias, mi amigo.
La orden, señora. Buen día, bendición.
Este es mi nombre, Eda.
¿Cómo? Eda, Daniel.
¿Cómo?
Daniel.
Daniel, ok, gusto.
Hello. My Spanish is getting better. This is my last ride. Not this one, because clearly I didn't turn the machine on before I dropped the off, and I got another ride. So I'm right on Chestnut Street. I can't go out that way, so I can go out this way. Fuck. Shouldn't have went out this way either, but fuck it, it's done. Let's go. So this is my last ride. Hopefully, somebody will watch this, make some comments. I'm gonna keep doing it either way, right? Whatever happens, happens. But I need some engagement, right? It's the only way that it's gonna work. And again, while I'm doing it, I'll do commentary, and hopefully, someone will engage and we can dialogue. Because that's the ultimate plan, is to have one-on-ones. Because everybody's doing commentary, everybody's doing reaction videos, everybody's doing something, right? Everybody, I mean, you know what? It works, right? Whatever works. Everyone's doing one-on-ones. You know, I have my top 5 podcasts that I listen to: Rogan, Carlson, Owens, Ryan, Sean Ryan, and I can't remember his name, which is crazy right now. God damn it, I can't remember his name. I believe he's military, but I don't know. I don't remember his name. I can't even think of it. But I'll let you know. Those are my top 5 that I fuck with, and they're all doing one-on-ones. So that's, I want to do that. I want to do one-on-ones. I would love my first one-on-one to be the mayor of my city, because I fucks with my mayor, and I don't fucks with him in the sense that we're friends and shit like that, right? But he's an interesting guy, and I personally don't think he likes Hispanics. I don't think he likes Puerto Ricans. So it would be great for me to sit back with him and kick the Willy Bobo, because he's a pillar of this city, and that would be the first interview that I would want to do. I probably wouldn't even start until I can get that interview. And just again, it's not even an interview; it's just a conversation with the mayor. I don't think he'll do it though. Like, who fuck him out? He would sit down with me and have a chat. Except, I'm from Logan, he's from Logan, and I believe, in my most humble opinion, that if it wasn't for him, Newark would already be gentrified. Right? We would have already been moved out, the Black and Hispanic families. And we got a lot of good people. in in our city, in our council, in the mayor's office. Uh, we got Mr. Funky. He's a councilman. Talk in a minute. Pick it up. Good morning. How are you? You're late. Okay.
Please use your
Then
seatbelt.
turn left on South Street.
I'll go as fast as I can without hurting us and without getting in trouble. Okay, I'm about to learn something new. I don't know this. So you about to teach me something. Go straight. Okay. Okay. Straight. Okay. Should I still be in this lane? So I got to get off. I can't go that way, right?
Don't go right.
I,
Don't go left. Go right.
yeah. Well, I'm not allowed in here, man. No. Ride share isn't allowed here. Yeah, we're not allowed here. He's a transit cop. Shit. He don't
Then
see
we
me.
catch it.
He won't see me. So, and if he does, I'll be like, I didn't know that GPS told me to go that way. Is he in the car? Yep, he's in the car.
Well, he's done.
That's cool.
That don't take safe house that way.
That was actually quite easy though. So I'm gonna try that again. Hopefully I don't get caught, but I'm gonna try that again.
No, be careful people you say you go. You basically go like 7.
What's that over there?
It's a taxi.
No, on the other side. That's for taxis on that side.
Bus.
Oh, so I
Well,
can't go there.
regular cars do find that. That's why my husband always drive.
Where do you
The
want? Last door. This one here.
And,
The next one. Right. Come on.
I don't know. I have to see that. But then you grace me.
Okay.
Maybe.
Are you close to it?
I don't know what the answer will bring me. But sometimes it doesn't delay there. Thank you so
You're welcome so much, man. Have a good night. All right, people. Thank you for riding with me. That was my last ride of the night. I just did some illegal shit. Some. I can't say it's illegal because but I some shit I shouldn't have done. There's the rules in the airport, and I just broke like 4. But whatever, I'm done. Thanks for riding with me, sliding with me. Lord's will, I'll be back out here tomorrow. We'll do it again. It's been fun, I guess. I don't know, but I appreciate you. I saw that it was 2 people. One was on the whole time. The second person came and went, and I appreciate you for doing that. Because you could have been anywhere in the world, but you roll with me, so I appreciate you. You all have a great night. Don't work too hard at your respective places of employment. Don't let anybody steal your joy. Keep your head up, and we'll do it again. Good night, everybody.